We started with refugee crisis, and then continue with the others. Every year Marjatta initiates something which might be a universal issue in a global context. This year we work thanks to the Netherlands Kingdom Embassy together with the representatives of the Netherlands schools and the Netherlands Design Week. So you will get opportunity to meet Ingrid Van der Wacht, who represents the Netherlands Design. You will meet Naomi Bueno Mesquita, who is a professor of Academy of Eindhoven. You will meet Paweł. Yes, you will meet Paweł Pokutycki, who represents Royal Academy of Hague, and he works also with the Eindhoven Academy. We, as every year, invited people from the other European and not European academies. So Welsh, which is part of United Kingdom teacher Jadzia Williams will be with us. And then Kamochi, who comes from Berlin, will teach you. And our teachers who are responsible of teaching basics on visual literacy, Ania Eichler and Sebastian Trzoska, who initiated this program, and Sabina Twardowska, who joined them permanently this year. Additionally, we will also work for you, so we will meet Jan Piechota, and sometimes me briefly. We are CEO curators with Marjatta, and we try to put everything in order. I would like to say thank you, students who are always engaged and who supports us and teach us how to do and how to deal with the newest media. So Dmitry, thank you so much for design and then support all of the multimedia communication, including web page, which will be provided for this workshop. And also thank you of Jan Daciuk, who prepared everything for today. Designers of the team of designers of visual identity are Paulina, Amelia, and Alan. I don't know if they are here, but if they are, thank you so much for your design poster, screens, and also booklet in which you will find information about the program and the content of each of the workshops. Booklet was sent for all of the students' addresses, but not private. The school addresses, so the juniors, please remember that all of the official information is distributed not anymore for your private accounts but for the school accounts, and check them. Everything will be there. If you have any questions, any issues, each of your tutor got a student assistant. I don't know the names yet, but perhaps on the end of week I will be able to say thank you also for assistance. Ask your assistant, they will help you. Thank you so much, and Marjatta, floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Marjatta Itkonen. I'm a graphic designer from Helsinki. And every year we have a topic that we think is something that connects us, that troubles us. In recent years, we have had many challenges in Europe and worldwide. First, we had pandemia, then we have a terrible war, aggressive war in Europe, and now you see what's going on in Middle East from few days. So this year we are talking about identity crisis of our time. You may understand it in many ways, and I changed this like a few days ago because I was thinking that, because what it could mean, am I going to talk about myself, or am I going to talk, I don't know what, as a graphic designer? So I decided to talk about Finland, identity of Finland, because I am from this very Nordic, cold, isolated country where people don't talk to each other. We are living in forest, we don't need anybody. We are alone in this cold world. A few years ago, a group of artists came to Finland and started to cooperate. What does it mean to be tosi suomalainen, real Finn, true Finn? What does it mean? And artists came and did a residency in somewhere really in a forest, and they experienced Finnish winter, they experienced Finnish summer. Is it like on the right side you are running from sauna to snow and roll naked in the snow, or you go to forest and you cut your wood to warm your house by yourself? And after this, is it possible that for immigrants to become a true Finn? In Finland, we are very timid and modest people. We don't like to show off that we are wealthy. It is seen as not polite and not nice if you have fancy clothes or fancy bijou or fancy car. So it means that everybody's kind of equal. So when the prime minister is walking in the street, you don't know if it's a prime minister. It might be, but might not. It might be, but also not. But not only that we are Nordic, modest people, we are very much integrated to Europe, very much so, especially during last years or 25 years. How Finland then stands up? What is the identity of Finland? We are a very young country. We always were in the shadow of Sweden or in the shadow of big Russia. In Sweden, they have had kings. In Russia, they had Tsars. So we had nothing like that. But now we had Sanna Marin, our young female prime minister. Not anymore, because we are a free democratic country and we had election, and now, unfortunately, right-wing populist party won. So we have very right-wing government at the moment. We'll see what's going on. But during Sanna Marin's cadency, it was something extremely challenging, because first COVID came, then started this terrible war, and then Finland joined NATO. One could never ever imagine that we would, as a sort of neutral country, that we would join NATO, but this is what happened. And then, how is it like in the index of happiness and safety that again Finland is number one? Like many years. Oh, sorry. And then also, what I think we are going to tackle in this workshop is our gender equality, our gender identity. This is something that is very accurate at the moment in Europe, and Finland has passed new laws about gender equality. I will talk to my students about it later. What does it mean in Finland? Then Finland has changed, like during the last 30, 40 years, a lot. We have quite a few immigrants. We have immigrants not only from neighboring countries or from Russia, but we also have from, for example, a big minority of Somalis from Africa. And there has been challenges to integrate them into Finnish society. There is a young female, Uyuni Ahmed, who is born in Finland. Her parents are both Somalis. And she had tackled with her identity a lot because she went to Finnish school, but her parents asked her to cover her head. And she was like rebellious person, rebellious character. She escaped from her home and thrown the scarf away. And that changed her life because her family abandoned her completely. And because she's shaming the family, male, especially the male family members. And she had struggled a lot. Where does she belong? What is her identity? Is it a Finn or a Somali? Then later on, now she's working in an NGO for immigrants. And then she went with some other people, first time in her life, to Somaliland. And what she writes in this book, and the name of the book is For Girls Who Think That They Are Left Alone. She went to Somaliland, and what happened? She can't speak so very well anymore Somali, but she speaks because she's from Finland. Anyway, she went there, traveled there, and what she tells in the book is that I feel that I came home, that Somaliland is my home. It is not to explain why the identity is so, but this is what happened to her. Anyway, she returned because she have now a family and is raising a child in Finland. So now I go very fast to other points. What we might tackle is visual identity. We as designers and graphic designers, visual identity is something that belongs to our everyday life work as a professionals. So this is the latest visual identity that arose. I'm talking now, I have only 2 examples from Finland, very recent, like in what happened in 2 weeks' time. We have this visual identity, and it arose a scandal. It is a visual identity of a theater of a town called Espoo City Theater. Then later on it has changed into Espoo Theater. And when you take the initials only, it means ET. And what does it mean? It's this sign. So the new logo, the identity of the theater, they completely changed their concept and idea what theater means to modern person. I like this identity a lot, but you can understand that there's a lot of people who really don't understand what's going on in the visual world. One other thing is that also this came to my mind before leaving now to Poland. We had this trash car coming to my house to collect the trash. And it was not actually this title that what it says, but they have a lot different kinds. And the lorry said outside my house, I am carrying treasure, so please be respectful for me, because out of this treasure I will produce energy. And they have a lot of, every car has different kind of messages to us. This car says, biogas, we are driving with what we collect. And I think this is very clever, because we used to think that the trash drivers are something, a worse category of people perhaps, but now they are the heroes. And all these cars, they have different messages, and they change this trash into something super positive. Okay, now I'm finished with Finland, and now we come to Poland, to Warsaw. So I have collected, for this topic, I have collected 12 articles. One is also from Virtual Polska, one article, and it is tackling the topic from different points of view. It is also, I think, what we will discuss is about TikTok, about social media, about identity policies, about how I am showing off. And because of social media, it is obvious that how we look became more and more visible and important. So we put a lot of energy how we are showing off. Is that healthy or not? I don't know. We will discuss about it. And here is the program for the week. You will find it yourself. Everybody has the PDF file. So what the idea is that every morning we have a few lectures, discussions. Students are very welcome to ask and discuss with the speakers. And then later on in the afternoon, we will have workshop, and then at the end of the week, it's a tough day, we will have the presentation day. And I hope that many of the students will continue in November when, with my group, we will have the production of the design outcomes, what we are planning to do. So thank you and welcome.
So, welcome. My name is Naomi, Bueno de Mesquita. I like how you made mosquito out of my name. I am from the Design Academy Eindhoven, where I'm a professor of design and social justice. I also teach at Alesia, which is a school of design and engineering in Barcelona. I found TED talks very difficult to give because I usually give lectures. So I will try to make it as TEDy as possible, but I will also go a bit more in depth and also maybe use a bit more of your time, because I found it very hard to use it in 15 minutes, but please interrupt me if you say I have just that time and I have to finish up. With this lecture series, being part of the social design workshops and as social designers, I think it's relevant to rethink the term social design and to also ask ourselves, does this still stand? I would say all design is social or should be social, and in this talk I'll explain why and what design has to do with the political, and why this is relevant for also this topic and this theme of this week. I will elaborate on that and also on why design is interesting for creating the conditions to participate in the political. So not necessarily that design is political, but it creates conditions for others to participate in it, and why there is a lot of potential in design to do so. So I'll start with a quote of a podcast I like to listen to. This is a graphic designer, and it's not necessarily that she's a very important person in this, but I think it's nice what she said here, so I just start with it. The idea that somehow design can be neutral is only possible in places like Switzerland, where all the dirt of the world has been hidden from your sight, the trains arrive on time, and you think everything is fine, the planet is not on fire. But in Brazil, it is unfortunately not possible to have this delusion. Everything is on fire all the time. The idea that design is not political, or that there is something called social design, which is different from design, is absurd. It doesn't make any sense. I fully agree with that. So, why is this relevant in the topic of EU identity crisis? You might ask. I believe that the many crises that we are currently living in Europe have a shared denominator, and that is the impoverishment of the political. That the political arena has become not a place where we participate anymore in, but it is more and more turning into something that we don't trust and that we turn towards, for instance, identity politics. So I think it is necessary to rethink our role as designers in what we can contribute to democracy, in a way, what we can contribute to engaging in this political arena. So, I start with unpacking this a little bit further through the work of Carl Di Salvo. He wrote the book Adversarial Design. I think it's a book that should be read by all designers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the book. Can you raise hands who knows the book? Sorry, just... No. Wow, okay, so buy the book. Okay, I think what he does and what I think is very relevant is he describes the concept of the political and adversarial design. So his book is called Adversarial Design. I should have written the title, I can share it with you later. And he distinguishes between design for politics and political design. I quote, "Politics are the means by which an organization, municipality or state is put and held together. Politics are a series of structures and mechanisms that enable governing. The political is a condition of life, a condition of ongoing contest between forces or ideal, which is different. This condition is expressed and experienced in the dealings between people and organizations, including debate, dissensus, and protest. This condition can also be expressed and experienced through design. Most contemporary design projects that seek to support democracy do so in the realm of politics and not the political. And so we can differentiate between design for politics and political design," unquote. And what I think he does is he makes a distinction between the politics and the political, which in politics it is to enfold, in the political it is to unfold, which is about problematizing, not about solving. It is about enlarging the political, which is Hannah Arendt's term about, which is also really relevant in his book. And it's not sprinkling the political, it's agonistic, it's not pacification, it's creating active citizens instead of passive citizens, and it is a proposition instead of a prescription. And this distinction I think is very interesting to look at and to also question ourselves as designers, where do we belong? And where should we belong? And where is our strength? So I'd like to give this a little bit more hands and feet by presenting an own design research project where I deal with this question of the political, more so how can we as designers engage or create the conditions for others to participate in the political. This is a project I did a long time ago during my PhD. Why I use this example? Because I think it illustrates very well what I'm trying to tell here. Mapping and Visibility is the title of this project. I was an early stage researcher at the time for the Design Academy Eindhoven for a European research project. So that's the context under which I did this project. And I worked with undocumented migrants in the city of Amsterdam. To draw a little bit of context, according to estimates, there are currently 15,000 undocumented migrants in the city of Amsterdam. These people have become experts in living invisibly. Well, there's a lot of debate about their presence. They often don't participate in these debates. So my aims with this workshop was to raise awareness about the position, about their position, and create a safe space for them to participate in the public realm, and create an understanding of the experience of the city from the perspective of the other. So later I'll explain how you can do this better, but it's really taking the perspective of the other and understanding how to design for that also. My research questions to examine, so I should say this also, I'm examining map apps or mapping methods as a means for participation. So in this case, I designed a map app with these research questions. What strategies do the undocumented use to hide in public spaces? Understanding their living experiences, daily living experiences. Where and why do certain places trigger certain feelings? and what stories are linked to those places or practices. And this is really engaging with how they experience the city. So I designed a 4-hour walk, basically. But this walk was mediated through an app and through, there was a lot of design decisions in how this walk would take place. It was a dialogue between an undocumented and a citizen of Amsterdam who was documented. And basically the undocumented became the hosts and the guests were the citizens of Amsterdam who are documented. They were sent an email a week prior to the workshop to think of feelings that they think the undocumented experience while walking through the city. So the citizens that participated in the workshop had to think, place themselves with their preconceived ideas. What do I think they feel? And that let them time to think and to kind of work towards the day of the workshop and to position themselves in their imagination in the place of the other. 4 words came out that were used as the legend of the map. And those words would be walked, and I'll explain how this was done. There are 8 groups were formed of an undocumented, at least one undocumented and one documented citizen of Amsterdam. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term undocumented, because I know in some countries they say illegal immigrants, or we don't use this word anymore because no one is illegal, but I think it's important that you understand who participated in this workshop. So that's why I say it. 8 groups were formed, and each group consisting of one undocumented, one documented. So the guides, which were the undocumented, guided their fellow citizens through the city with an emotion, with a feeling in mind. So we started with a feeling of happy, powerful, so there were 4 emotions that were chosen. So each emotion took 1 hour to map out. And then they had 1 hour to think of places in the city that this feeling was linked to for the undocumented. And they would bring their guests to those places. And the important thing was that the dialogue was taking place about this emotion. And why this is important, because this dialogue unpacked this word. This word was a point of departure. It was not as, like, now we're going to see what powerless is. No, it was about understanding what is powerless in your culture. How do you associate, what are your associations with this word? Why is this place important when it comes to this word? So it really became an understanding, a deeper understanding of what this word means for them. And as this was done in pairs and all of them departed from a similar place, they drifted to different places in the city. And they started a mapping, which was showed in real time. This is a screenshot. It was showed in real time on a screen in a theater venue. And the app was designed as such that it would show the GPS tracks where they were going through. And the longer they would stay on a location, the thicker the line would become. This way communicated the importance of this place in relation to that feeling. So if, for instance, you could see the library is a very powerful place, because for that undocumented. And the map is really it's actually a video I should show. It's a real time, so it was changing all the time. And what was interesting about this map, that it was showed in the venue, that it became a conversation piece. So it was not really about the map, but it was about, okay, what places are then linked to those feelings, and why is this library so important? And at the same time, there was another screen that could upload pictures, explaining, giving more contextualized information about what these words mean and what triggers this emotion, this feeling. So for instance, this jogging walk on the left, an undocumented felt that it represented powerlessness, because it reminded him of his incapacity to work in the Netherlands. And the fact that it was unmanned, so there was a machine doing the work, made it even stronger. So that triggered him to feel powerless. And the market is the same, because he felt disconnected in his home country. He was able to have a market everywhere, and here you have to register, you need all kinds of papers. So this pile of clothes reminded him of disconnectedness. And it's interesting, because afterwards you walk through the city and you start seeing those places very differently, with different eyes. The moment that the undocumented mapped the feeling of stress, all of a sudden on the screen in the theater, pictures of zebra crossings came up. And this was all uncoordinated. They collectively feel stressed when it comes to zebra crossings, and apparently it has to do with the fact that if they cross in red, there is a potential risk of being caught. So it is so interesting to understand the city from this perspective of not having the right papers. What places can cause stress? So there were these three. So the map was shown in real time. Then there was pictures that were keep popping in, and then the last output of this workshop was an audio track. So actually the dialogue was recorded, and you could actually walk. You can still today go to the departure point and walk the dialogue. And the only way that the audio is heard is by following the exact line that the undocumented, that they walked. If you deviate from it, the audio fades out. So the whole idea is also to align with the undocumented in a very embodied way, and to take the same pace of walking. So if you walk faster, the audio fades out. If you walk slower, the audio fades out. So it's a map that is actually probed with your body through walking, and not through not through reading, not through. It's really about testing out. Okay, now I hear this story. Should I turn left or right? And this feeling of losing the audio is in resonance with a feeling of also what the undocumented feel on a daily basis, in which there is an uncertainty. There is a constant uncertainty. So I just want to reflect shortly on this, and then I will close it off. Reflecting on the workshop, you can say that there's 3 time frames, and why I find this important to show you, because I think reflection is should be half of the work of what we do as designers, to actually learn of what we do and what meaning we create in the world. So we can recognize 3 time frames. The first time frame represents the undocumented daily practices. This is data that the undocumented migrants draw from to discuss their feelings with a participant in the second time frame. In this second time frame, the words that were assigned to the legend were a point of departure to initiate a dialogue between the guide and the guest. However, it is in the dialogue and through navigating, so moving in certain directions, that those words begin to process meaning and take new directions. At the same time, via the GPS inscriptions and pictures that were uploaded in real time, the undocumented migrants were able to share their stories with the new public, the people present in the theater. And this was partially because they were anonymous. So this is a way to participate in the public realm that they was afforded through the map. Although the guests had co-created a legend prior to the day of the workshop, it was in the dialogue with the undocumented on the day of the workshop that the guest could evaluate their own preconceived ideas about the chosen words and their ideas about the undocumented. They could, for instance, check to what extent the selected feelings matched the feelings that the undocumented experienced in their daily life, and how these words are interpreted in their context and culture. By discussing issues such as these, participants could probe the map's legend during the mapping. It was not a legend that was given in the first place, but a legend that was constructed together. So the third time frame is a moment that the audio archives are made public, are made available to the public. Here the stories can be picked up by being present on the same point of departure, downloading the MP3 track while aligning and syncing with the undocumented. So I think this gave an example of how you can have a community which is not easily taking a position to participate in this public discourse about their well-being, and which is actually important because a lot is being said about their presence in the city, but how they can actually participate in it in the public realm, respecting their fragile position. I have a lot more to say about this workshop, but it's just a short intro to give you an idea of what this could look like. I would like to end with a provocation and also something to think. So if the design is the answer, what is the question? This was a quote that was often You would hear Jan Boelen, the social design master, the previous head of the Master of Social Design at the Design Academy. He would say this often. And of course, it's a provocation. What he refers to is that design is usually too busy providing answers. Self-reflection is not really part of the practice of design. Its predisposition is to provide the answers that are demanded of a brief, not to pose the questions that could destabilize the brief. I would like to invite designers to take a more critical stance on the logic they operate within. Without questioning the fundamental logic of producing objects, it will continue to produce the object of the predominant ideology. So it is an invitation for design to look at the question behind the question and maybe answer the brief with a better question. So,
okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for the invitation and nice introduction. In my everyday work, I focus on migrants, on initiatives how to integrate into society so that their life is better and so that we can use their potential, so to treat them as a chance to better development than a risk or a danger. But today I will focus on the second part of my interests. Those are the cities, its problems, how do they develop? But because the topic of the workshop is about identity, I will focus on identity, how different processes are changing its identity, how we can make it stronger, how we can make it, what are the processes which make it weaker. So here you have a nice photo of some very small city in Poland, which for sure takes care about its cultural heritage, which for sure is deeply rooted in its history. But I also will show you some examples of cities which have forget about its identity and about the processes which make it easy to forget. But let's start from explaining why we can say about the identity in connection with a city. So I will talk about two different kinds of identity. First, it's the so-called territorial identity. So it's how do we feel about some particular city? If we have some emotional bonds with it, if we are proud of the cultural landscape, if we feel connected to our neighborhood, to the local community, if we can say that this community exists still. So it's about our personal identity. And to the territorial identity, there are two nice concepts of so-called metropolitan elites and ordinary people. So if it comes to the metropolitan elites, as you can see on picture, those are just some pictures from internet, so just to visualize what I'm talking about. Metropolitan elites, those are very well educated people, highly qualified, usually working in transnational corporations, so earning a lot and traveling a lot. But because of such type of life, they don't really feel the connection to the place they live, because nowadays they live in Warsaw, then they are traveling to Paris, and they are surrounded by similar people. They are living and working in similar hotels and similar office buildings. On the other hand, we have ordinary people, the middle class, the lower class, the people who live for a long time in one place. They can be qualified, they can be unqualified, they can be educated or not, but they feel some connection to the city where do they live. And this is like the bigger group of people than the metropolitan elites. I also mentioned the term local community. I also asked the question if we still can talk about the local community. So it's the neighborhood, the local community, those are people that surround us, they live next to us, and we feel some connections with them. We know them, we talk to them, we spend time with them. So the question is, if we can talk about the local community, and when can we talk about them? Because if we live in small city, then the answer to this question is a little bit easier. But if we live in a big metropolis like Warsaw or Paris or Barcelona, then it's getting more complicated because there is more people who are traveling a lot, either from abroad, either those are migrants, undocumented or documented, highly qualified or not, but a lot of people are traveling from abroad. But also we have the process of urbanization. The small cities, the medium-sized cities, they are shrinking across the whole Europe. Young people don't want to stay in small and medium-sized cities. They are traveling to metropolises, but because of that, they don't feel so strong connection to the territory where do they live. They live in the big block of flats. It's very often gated communities, like very modern and elegant, but without any spirit, without any connection to the local history. And then we have the second term I wanted to say, is the urban identity. And this is about the city. Of course, those two concepts, they are connected because people live in a city and they can have this territorial identity because the city has a strong urban identity. But it's more about the city, about its history, about what's specific about some particular city, and if the local politics, local authorities, they take actions to make it stronger, or maybe they take some decisions that make this identity weaker. And here we have some nice examples of places that makes the local identity stronger. So those are the places where people can meet, where they spend time, where they build the social ties. So this is the tapas bar in Spain and some local grocery in Italy. This is a place where people know each other. They can meet, they can talk, in contrary to some supermarket or in contrary to Starbucks, for example, where nobody knows each other. I also mentioned two very inspiring books. It's the first one, it's The Great Good Place, about third places. So the inspiring places where there is this atmosphere, there is this genius loci. But what's important about third places, it's that they are not posh, they are not expensive, they are just for normal people to come there, to spend their time, to meet with neighbors and friends, but in very common atmosphere without all this metropolitan flash, let's say. And the second concept, it's called non-places. I think some of you can find it very inspiring. For me, it was those two books. Non-places, those are the supermarkets, airports, the office buildings that they are completely not connected to the history and to the space where they are located. They are the same all around the world, so that people cannot feel any ties with those places because they don't have the spirit. And here are some examples of non-places, of processes that are changing our cities. So the buildings, the spaces that are without any spirits, they are the same all around, at least Europe. And also, where do we live? How does it look like? Where do we work? What's destroying the local identity? What's destroying this atmosphere in a city? Those can be also the outdoor advertisements, especially if they are located in historical centers, in the city centers. So it should be, it's so-called the heart of the city. It should build the local identity. It should build the connections to the city, and also those are the places where people should like to meet. But if we have so many advertisements, it's very hard to find the spirit and to feel the history and the atmosphere of a place. I don't know how is it in your countries. In Poland, we have big problem to fight with such advertisements. So some legal solutions were introduced, but it's a law, but it doesn't work at all. It's very difficult to introduce it. So there is many cases in courts that the local authorities and the companies, they fight about those advertisements. And then you could ask, why do I think that restaurants, they have something in common, why they are destroying the identity of a city? And here I gave the photo from Hell. It's a very nice city with a lot of historical buildings, but when you are walking along the street, you cannot notice this atmosphere, you cannot notice that there are nice buildings, because you just see tents like that. And this is like the, not so easy, because on the one hand, we can meet in restaurants and we can build social ties, but on the other hand, if you let the companies do such tents, then you destroy the city, you destroy its atmosphere, because you cannot see that it's an old city with some specific architecture. Here, other processes that can strengthen the local identity or destroy it. The first, the Pontevedra, it's example, later I will ask, maybe there are some Spanish students, but it's a city in Galicia where there are no cars. It's a city for pedestrians. So people can go around, they can enjoy, they can meet with each other, they can build some social relations. When the local authorities decided, take the decision that there will be no cars in the city, people were a little bit anxious, but after some time they decided it was a good direction of changes. On the other hand, we have example of the American city, some American city, not a particular one, but they are built for cars. So people live in the suburbs. They live like there is a lot of houses that are similar one to another, and they are like addicted to cars. They have to use them because this is how those cities are designed. So they cannot feel the atmosphere of a place. They don't have time to spend with other people because they spend so much time with a car. So this is like the social effect of suburbanization, the very bad effect, one of many bad effects. And here I'll also put some title of very inspiring lecture. It's Life Between Buildings. Jan Gehl, he's a very famous Dutch architect, but he also was studying psychology, and he connected how we can build our city to influence the people, to influence the social relations. It's like a very, very famous book. Here we have examples of some actions that were undertaken by local authorities, and their intention was good. They wanted to improve something, and they were saying they are trying to bring the historical spirit back, but something went wrong. So in place of some green, nice areas on market squares, we have just the concrete. We could say a lot about urban regeneration in Poland and what went wrong, but this is the example of some activity that was supposed to achieve some aim, but their effect was the opposite. And those are two examples, but we could say about many, many more. Here is an example of so-called unwanted cultural heritage. Because when we say the word cultural heritage, we usually think about some palaces, some nice churches, about tourism and people coming to see this cultural heritage, something which we value positively. But there is a lot of heritage that we don't want. And this is the example of very nice wooden houses in one of the big cities in Poland. And this was the whole district of such houses. But because inhabitants in Białystok, they mostly came from villages, they didn't see anything valuable in cottage houses in the middle of the city. And also the local authorities didn't perceive these houses as something valuable. Because of that, nobody was investing into those houses, or even intentionally they were destroyed. and in place of them, such modern, nice block of flats were built. This is what happens if people don't don't want some cultural heritage, don't understand. Of course, there were some architects and some people who wanted to protect these wooden houses, but they were not very successful. Here is another example of problematic heritage. The first one is the Palace of Culture and Science. From time to time there is a discussion that because of its history, because it's a symbol of the Russian domination in Poland, maybe we should destroy it, because it's very difficult to destroy it. It's still there, but such discussions appeared because of the history of this building. So on the one hand, it's a very valuable piece of architectural art, but on the other hand, because of its history, that the connotations are not so obvious for Polish people, sometimes such ideas to destroy it appear. The other example is train station in Katowice. It was built in the brutalism style, so like a lot of concrete, and it was not very nice building, but it was sometime in architecture, and experts in architectures, they value this style because it's something that proves about the history of architectural thinking. It was also destroyed. It was destroyed and then built from something that was similar to the original version, but people didn't want it because they don't like the brutalism style. Then we have other example of the sculpture that brings to mind the Soviet times in Poland. I know that in all countries such discussions are undertaken. Some French student once told me that in France there is the discussion that there is a lot of sculpture of white men who discovered something, so maybe it's time to destroy all those white men and maybe introduce something new, because we have new era and also there are women, there are migrants, so why everywhere the white men should be put. And then finally we have the ruins of a factory in Łódź. So because it was industrial city, there is a lot of ruins of factories. So first of all, it's a difficult question what to do with such ruins. The second question is how much we have to invest to protect it and to do something about that. And because of that, it's very often rejected because it's just a ruin. People don't treat it as a cultural heritage. They treat it as something ugly and dirty, breaking the image of a city. And some nice example of the historical market square without advertisements. And also, again, we have hell where there are no those stands. We can see the architecture. How I was so surprised when I discovered that this architecture is so nice there, but in the touristic season, I couldn't discover it because it was all covered with the souvenir shops and those stands. And some good example of urban regeneration in Bydgoszcz, there was the old Malina, which was in very bad condition. They introduced some innovations there, but it has something in common with how it was designed at the beginning, and the example of half-timbered wall buildings in different parts of Poland. So it's not so bad about the cultural heritage, but it's also not so obvious. So I prepared some questions to discuss, but maybe it's better if you will ask me a question and it's not me, because there is so many of you, so it will be hard to organize the discussion. So maybe if you have any questions, please ask.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Ngoc Tran, a third-year student of New Media Arts major, and I'm really honored to be presenting here in this workshop week today in this workshop week, I want to present my diploma project a comic book named Ra's Dream that is my self-expressing about identity of Vietnamese people in the view of Western world. So about why I choose this topic, because like in my third year study in new media art, I was thinking a lot like about the reason why I come in Poland to study, like what kind of story I want to express like in my art and what I want to discover. So I choose the topic for my project is about how globalizations and political change affect the way of self-expressing in Vietnamese art, and the history context is when the government of Vietnam carried out the Đổi mới renovation campaign to transform the centrally planned economic into a socialist-oriented market system, and this change led to a new era in Vietnamese art. And I think the best way to get into the topic is first, let's take a look at this painting. Like, do this photo give you some impression of Vietnamese culture? Because I think they're very iconic and you can see them almost everywhere in almost all souvenirs that's selling in Vietnam if you ever traveling in my country. And it's a from left to right, it's the old quarter of Hanoi. It's the outside, it's a propaganda art of the war era. But why? Do you ever wonder why there's nothing else? Like, why there's almost none of the slightly showing of the individual choice of the artist itself reflect in this art? Like, why if I change them to this? For example, they are Vietnamese contemporary art, then it would become so hard even for Vietnamese to recognize them as Vietnamese art. And this is the one thing that I always thinking for very long years, both when I staying in Vietnam and when I travel to Poland to study. And so I want to dig into the deeper context of my own history. And in my thesis, I wrote about the history of Vietnamese art in the nearly 14,000 years of history. I discovered that Vietnamese art through time developed really slowly, struggled to find its own voice because of hardship in war and political. In the age that followed, Vietnam keep developing its own unique style art, but also mixing Chinese influence with local custom and ways of life. However, the term artist was not introduced until 1925, when the Indochina School of Fine Art was established, when the modern aesthetic foundation of French art that continues to influence present day of Vietnamese art. And in the late 19th to early 20th centuries, Vietnam experienced significant political, social, and cultural transformation, and its result in various art movement in which were heavily influenced by French art. That you can see that is reflect really clearly in here, like the French art style. For example, with the girl with lilies painting. And Vietnamese artists carry out their political and social duties in the cultural war throughout the long 30 years of resistance against the French and Americans. And it's this period it developed a single direction with a focus on propaganda and realism, but lacking of variation. Like for example, it's really hard to find any kind of nude paintings or abstract painting like in here, because in the past we used to be banned to painting anything that abstract or hard to understand for the mass audience. And the đổi mới policy or renovation, which is implemented in Vietnam in the late 1980s and early 1990s, had significant impact on the country's art scenes. And this change led to a new era in Vietnamese art. The uniqueness and diversity of the individuals began to replace the monotony of the collective and allowing one person to truly express what they want to express in their work. And however, like under the control of colonialism and after that the Communist Party, Vietnamese artists are always treated as tools for propaganda and ideas for ruling party. And maybe you guys always think that now we have đổi mới campaign. Now we can paint whatever we want to paint. Like, what is binding Vietnamese artists to like truly expressing what they want to express? But there's another problem is, even after đổi mới, Vietnamese artists try to voice their own opinion, but they have to face another challenge. They are lacking of a proper patron. If they seek help from the government, own arts must be proper for the sake of Communist Party. If they seek help through foreigner and global market, they must draw romanticized painting of Vietnam art that Vietnam that was colonized in the past and sell them to foreign customer. And after writing on of this like a very dim situation of Vietnamese art in my thesis, I was thinking really hard, like we are facing so many difficult, like young Vietnamese artists now trying to find a new voice, a new identity is a new era. And I am myself, as a young artist and a Vietnamese myself, I think that is the biggest inspiration why I want to create such a comic book like Rust Dream. And you can see here, this is my comic book. The Rust Dream is it have a story. It's a short comic, and I think it's maybe quirky for some of you guys. It may be not really easy to understand. That's why I include an appendix at the end of the book. And it's a comic about the dream of a man who himself becomes a rat, which is also my art point of view about the experience of being both an individual being and a Vietnamese person. And it's solely based on my own experience when living in Poland, like for 4 years. And you can see here is a final print review of the book. And I will going with you in this journey. In this is a very, like, I mean, I think it's maybe at first it may be not really easy to understand, but it's somehow I will guide you through all of this. And if any one of you have the Artify app on the phone, you can use this to scan my image on the presentations, because some of them have with the Artify logo, they have animation go with them, and sometimes the original piece that attached together. And I want to explain a little bit about the context of the comic. And in here, I present myself as this man, this dude, like the one with the glasses. And I think it's these memories actually basic on my memory when I actually invited to a birthday party. And you can see here the main character is a you can understand him as a Vietnamese person. And when invited to a birthday party, and everybody is like their international student, they are started discussing about their hometown cultures, and they're asking the guy, the main character, about is there any interesting custom in your hometown? And then the main character suddenly feel really weird because he don't know how to explain his own culture to his friend, his Western friend. And I think some of you, even if you have like close culture, you guys didn't have that problems, and it's become even the bigger problems when like there are so many like when our country is like placed in a very far either distant away on the map, and there are something like we share a very different history, very different geography, and this is why we have very difficult way to express ourselves in the culture. And the main character actually trying to explain some of Vietnamese culture to his friend, like fairly pity why they are so quiet. I heard about these opinions about Vietnamese people a lot. I think it's really funny to say that a lot of you guys actually imply that we Vietnamese are shy, but it's not really true. And why we are so obsessed with like spiritual and maybe a lot of devil stuff. And I want to blame them about about like the wrong translation from our language to English, and it is on sharing because the main creator actually understanding why all of his friends have this point of view, and he don't know how to explain it to them, and he's kind of giving up because he thinks that it's too much work and he don't want to explain himself anymore. And it's actually true in the Vietnamese community that living outside of Vietnam, that I found a lot of them like regularly trying to communicate with other people like more than they they are keen because it's hard to understanding. And in his dream, when he wake up, he end up in the middle of the rice field with a bunch of strangers, and these strangers actually wearing clothes that inspiration from the Đông Sơn culture. All the pattern is I took the of them on the ancient drummer of those that were discovered like 4,000 years before. And because Vietnamese culture is based on agriculture and village culture, so in history, the main character is like forced to work on the rice field because I think it's funny. And as a character in here is Chú Tẻo. I will explain him later, but if you ever travel to Vietnam, you can see that Chú Tẻo is actually a very famous character in Vietnamese folk art, especially in water puppet. And he is kind of a joker in Vietnamese folk tale, like he's always playing prank and he loves to pranking other people, and actually he is like a very light-hearted way of Vietnamese people to talk about political in the past, because like in the past, like in the medieval Vietnam, we regularly have the right to express our opinions with the government, with the laws, with the medieval laws, and sometimes we have to have a character to express all of these ideas. And Chú Tẻo actually like come to rescue the main character, but in a very quirky way, and he's changed the main character into a rat. And the main character is totally unaware of his transformation. Oh, actually, you can scan this page to see the animation if you have the artifact up, and he's interfere with a lot of bishop and shenanigan in the village. Like you see a giant cat like asking for sacrifice from the rat, and he thinks that it's a kind of bully, and it's based on a very famous Vietnamese folk art is a rat wedding. Oh, and maybe in here the rat is you can see the parade participants is about and okay, and it's a desperation. The rat actually turned to the shaman to break the curse, and you can see that the shaman in Vietnamese culture is a very important figure because like Vietnamese people is actually kind of obsessed with like understanding about everything in their life, and they turn to the shaman to asking for the advice a lot. But in here, sometimes the shaman is just a fake, and they actually don't know how to break the curse for the main character, and he's running into a house seeking corner to refuge, and is by chance he heard a story about a love story of the resistance. And he at first he didn't think about like airdrop the story, but he just want to come back to Hanoi. But because he thinks that he's just immersed in the story, and because he is listening to it, and it's about a story. It's some kind of very like stereotype and famous love story trope in the late in 20th centuries of Vietnam, of Vietnam literatures. It's always about a young man, like a very bright young man, that leaving his village, come to the capital city and falling in love with a girl in there. But as you will know, like in Vietnam, we suffer in the 20th century. We suffer a lot of war, and the biggest in is the war with the French and American. And this painting is based on like a real since like after Hanoi cities were bombing, and the couple had to separate because like the man volunteer to protect the homeland. He will come to the front line, and the girl have no choice but to wait for her lover, and because she understand his choice. And she's painting based on the propaganda art of Vietnamese in Vietnam War also. And I want to like giving them some twist of my own interpret. Like it's I think it would be like more humanized if you think about propaganda art. Like it's not just about asking people to fight for the country, but I because all the soldiers are all of them are human, and all of them have another story that we should remember. We need to share. But in the end, there's no happy ending for everyone. And when the young man like dying at the front line to protect his homeland, he's always but in his hometown there's always one left behind. And the two most important person in his life is his lover and his mother. But you can see in here is another Vietnamese culture is our altar. If you ever visit Vietnam Vietnamese house, you always see we have the altar. Like it's because we will always want to remember about our loved one, even when they pass away, and we have there. I think it's a very similar in Mexico culture, if I not remember them wrongly. But we always want to remember about them. It's not just about spiritual belief. It is more about we want to connecting with we mentioned a very strong connecting between family members, and yeah, and he is staying with us as long as you remember him. And this is the end of the story, and the main character is really immersed and actually burst in tears crying, and because he's crying too loud, and he get hit by a broomstick and wake up in the reality, and he's trying to explain everything to his friend, like some of them are Vietnam and some of them are Westerner. I don't want to imply too much in here because even because one funny thing is even for Vietnamese people, some of them, especially youngsters, they found Vietnamese our culture very hard to understand because they sometimes they lack in touch. They think that the culture of Vietnam is like too troublesome to remember, and that's explaining about the isolation sense of the main character, and yes, but sometimes he wondered if he's a human dreaming of being a rat, or if a rat dreams of becoming a human. And you can see in here, I present a appendix. And the first one, why the main character is a rat, because it's based on Chinese zodiac, and because like in certain Asian countries, we use 12 animals at China as a it's very similar to like Western horoscope, but we use 12 animals, and in this animal is the year I was born. It's the year of the rat in Chinese zodiac. And why is a rat? Because the rat believed to be the smartest in the 12 animal, and also the most cunning. And he won in the popular tale, the Jet Emperor in the race for the zodiacal complex. And the rat was believed that he didn't actually joining the race, but he's win by cheating. And to explain like why I using a rat, why I draw myself as a rat but not a human, because like the idea of transformation of things is a very subtle way people in Asian cultures express our humanity through the familiar visage of nature. We rarely talk about ourselves, and this is one of the reasons why the most reason why Western always views like Asian people as shy, have a shy nature, but actually not because we are tough to not talk about ourselves, but actually talk about ourselves a lot in a subtle way. And you can see here, if you scan, you can see image of the Dong Chống Đồng. And it is the drum of Dong Sơn. It's one of the most notable relics of ancient Vietnam. And here's Chú Tễu. And he's an iconic character in Vietnamese water puppet show. And here is a rat wedding. It's a popular decoration of many Vietnamese. And the rat represents the peasants, the oppressed, those who had to offer sacrifice, and the cat resembles the oppressors. But they actually can do a lot of mishap like behind your back. And this painting is another famous in Dong Ho painting. Is the first doctoral candidate back in his village. And back in the old time, the village with the man who scored the highest achievements in the national test would always feel proud. And when he's come back to his village, everyone would welcome him. But sometimes it could be seen as flexing. That's why I think that if a rat's like running and deserve everything, it would be very funny. And here you can see is Hold On, and Vietnamese people very believe in spiritual divination is spiritual, and sometimes they saw the rat as a bad omen when the reality is just a runaway rat. And here you can see like the rest of the appendix. Like this one is based on Young Woman with Lilies, painted by Tô Ngọc Vân. And Tô Ngọc Vân is one of the very famous Vietnamese artists. And in this one is based on admissions to the Vietnamese Communist Party. And this one of
basically perfectly suiting the topic of this workshop. It's about identity. My whole thesis and my whole diploma project is about identity. And phones went a bit crazy, but my supervisors are Anna Eichler, Natalia Leischuk, Piotr Rybson, Bulin Akman, and Monika Marjatta. And it was a pleasure to work with all of them. And my thesis was a social media representation and the formation of a new Belarusian identity. Just is actually very relevant to the topic of previous presentation about Vietnamese identity and memories, and based on that, I actually have very similar topic of identity as a Belarusian person because I'm from Belarus, and in my thesis I talk and investigate the importance of a national identity for a country, the factors that shape a national identity, and what makes us as like nationals of some country, and how important and how important it is for us to just be from one country, and how connected it is, and how important it is in our personal identity. What place does it take in all of that? And I also include social media in all of that, as like how social media represents, how social media is like making it seem what it's like to be from some sort of country. And of course, my main project is my book that is right now going through people. And it's called Unraveling the Self, and it's very, very private story about like me being in my 20s. I'm 23 years old, and I'm as lost as I was 19, and I'm sure many people will understand me here. And well, why? Because I'm not the only one. And that's just the small examples from TikTok where you can see how people think that like when you're in your 20s and you can't decide what you even want to do with your life and where do you want to be. And that's a very common thing. And I started from a very specific experience, an interesting experience of just drawing all over the floor and thinking what can I represent and how can I make it work. And my first thoughts were to make posters about the theory of Marsha, which is a big therapist professor person who created a theory that each identity have like a specification in a way, which is like, for example, exploration is when you experience things and through that you learn what you like. And commitment is when you choose things that you like and go after them. For example, I tried drawing and I want to go to the school to draw and be a designer or something like that. So based on that, you can see how your identity is shaped, like how much you've tried, how much you've chosen, and that's were my first sketches about that. But then I decided that I want to make it more personal, and not like just some sort of idea of some theory, but more like how, like, hey, I'm lost as fuck as well, so I need some help. And I was doing it with silkscreen. Silkscreen is a fantastic way to print on paper and print books, and sewn it myself, unit myself, everything. It took me around a month, and I will tell you now, don't do everything in the last month before defense. That was absolutely listen. That was nightmare. That was nightmare. Genuinely, I truly recommend to think about it before. I was working like 12 hours a day and utterly stressed. So yeah, but in the end, everything worked out, and here you can see the end result. It's just a small video, but throughout the like whole space, you can maybe see the book itself in real life. and by this QR, you can go to a test which is made in a program that's called Eco Studio that we learned with Mr. Vichrovsky on classes before. And this is exactly this theoretical part that I was about to have my project based on. This Marsh's theory about exploration and commitment. And here's the thousands of small videos that are just basically making your choices, and throughout this test you can kind of find out what your identity status is, how well you experience things and how well you are committed to things. But it's not exactly, of course, for sure, saying what you need to do and what you don't need to do with your life. It's a very brief thing, but it's basically still some sort of help where the journey of finding out what you are, what you want, shouldn't be or can be less painful and stressful as it was for me. So yeah, thank you very much.
It's lovely to be here in Warsaw. A very nice and mild climate. But okay, as Marjatta said, I was actually graphic designer of the year 2013 in Finland. So this is my 10th celebration year. And I heard you're talking about identity this year. So I prepared a little thing I called reworking identity, because the way I see it, identity is something fluid. It's not cemented or anything. So let me give you an example. I've been really interested in heraldics for the past 10 years or so. And I know down in Poland, you're really big on this as well. But I know for a fact that in Finland in the 50s, every city and municipality, they decided they need a crest of their own, a coat of arms, if you will. And a good example of this is the city of Kajaani. It's a smallish city on the, I want to say eastern border, but it's eastern Finland anyway. And as you can tell, it's this lovely castle. You got this stream, this water underneath, and it looks really fine, right? But I've never been to this city, and I Googled it, and the lovely castle you see on this crest, it actually looks like this today, because you might know that Finland also has a big border towards Russia, and the Russians, they like to come and attack every 100 years or so. So they destroyed this castle in the 18th century, if I'm not correct. And then the good people of Kajaani, they decided we want to build this bridge and use the castle just as a foundation for the bridge. And I think this is a lovely example. And I know that people in Kajaani, they went at some point they went in the 70s, wait a minute, this isn't right. We can't use this lovely castle just as a foundation for the bridge. They tore it down and built an even wider one. And that's when I thought, you know what? I don't think that original coat of arms, it doesn't represent the real Kajaani to me. This represents the real Kajaani. So I just reworked their identity for them, and I tried to make it nice. I mean, I tried to look like a Roman aqueduct, but that's still more honest if you're asking me. And I've been doing this for a lot of cities in Finland. I know my mom moved to Rauma on the western coast for a few years ago, and as you can tell, they have this crest where they have 4 R's, just R as in Rauma. They have this crown on top, and I thought, you know what? I've been to this city. It's pretty sleepy. It doesn't really look like this. So that's why I made a new one where I upgraded the typography to the 21st century. I got rid of the crown. I put a cap with the local ice hockey team instead on top of it. I even made a slogan. It's a bit lost in translation, but it's Elinikäinen Rauma. It's a play with words. I think they would be very happy with this one. I still haven't got a word back from them. But okay, so this is what I've been doing lately. This is a small place called Nakkila. Nakki means sausage. And for some reason, the good people of Nakkila, they decided to go with this fish and whatever that is on the sides. And I thought you know what? Nakki means sausage. Let's go for the sausage solution. And if you ask me, they would be much better off with this new coat of arms. So I don't know how well you know Finland, but in Helsinki we got this metropolitan area where the two adjoining cities they grow into one. So you got Helsinki, you got Espoo, which is sort of, if you will, Western Helsinki, but it's not really like a city. It's mostly a group of ring roads and 6-lane motorways. But for some reason, they went with this horseshoe in their coat of arms with a crown on top. So I thought, let's remake it. Let's make it the way I see the real Espoo is. It's a nice wheel from a car with a crown on top. And it's funny, I actually did an interview for this Espoo magazine, and they said like, no, that's not what we're about. We're getting like a new metro line. We're getting a tram coming to us. And they also use this logo sometimes. It's a bit vague if you ask me. What is that even? And I was like, you know what? You have this magazine. What if I remade your logo to look more like the real Espoo, the real Espoo I know? And I went, well, thank you very much. This is very lovely, but we're never going to use it because we're not about cars in this city. We're more about trams and train tracks and what have you. But I think I was in the right. And I have proof because I saw this ad for a company building new homes in Espoo, and they actually goes like, if you buy a home from us, we give you a car, because they know there's no way you can move around without a car in this city. Anyway, that's Finnish geographics for you. And I also like to do a bit of traveling. And a few years back, I was in India. And what I find interesting is I was a crowded train station. And the problem is when it's a subtropical temperature, you can't really have an ice cream or chocolate. Stuff like that will melt. It's not like in Finland or in Poland where you can keep that stuff in your pocket the whole winter without it going bad. But they have this really popular brand of biscuits, which I didn't think look that delicious actually. It's called Party G, which is a great name, and it's glucose biscuits, which to me sounds a bit disgusting. And you could see these wrappers everywhere because people were munching on them when they were taking the train. By the way, made by the company Party, which is a great name for a company which makes Party G biscuits. But what I found really interesting was then you went to a kiosk, you wanted to buy Party G biscuits, but they didn't have them. They had a brand called Parle G, now made by a company called Parley, and they claim to be the world's largest selling biscuit, which was weird. It's another kid as well. But then you go to the third kiosk, and they have a brand called just Glucose, which sounds really medical to me, made by a company that's called Parelgi, which kind of sounds like the other biscuit brands. And this one is the real energy food. It says biscuits. It's got milk. It's got vitamins, everything. And also, this kid doesn't look that well, if you ask me. He's just got one tooth. I guess kids just have one tooth. But then I really wanted to make this test. If I go to the fourth kiosk, will there be another brand that looks exactly the same? Yes, there will. There's a brand called Glucose now made by a company called 007, which sounds really cool if you ask me. And this one is Power Plus. And I found it very interesting when you put these just next to each other. I don't know which one was the original, but I just feel like a lot has to be gained from making biscuit packaging that looks exactly the same. And I don't know, if you forgot your glasses at home, you might just grab one of these. They will probably be the same taste. And, you know, coming home, I was like, yeah, that was crazy, those Indians with their biscuits. But what's really interesting is when you buy milk in Finland, you just know what kind of fatty milk you will get just by the color of it. Okay, so so if you want like 1.5% fat milk, you go for the blue one. But then when you travel to Sweden, they have a green packaging scheme for what they called middle milk, mellanmjölk, and that's 1.5%. And as a graphic designer, I made a little chart for you. So this is the situation in Finland. You got skimmed milk, which is 0%. You got half fatty milk, 1.5%, and full milk, 3.5%. As you can see, it's a nice color scheme going from blue to red. In Sweden, you go from yellow, which is, they call it mini milk. Then you have the middle milk, as they call it, and the full milk is 3%, and completely different color scheme. So you can see how confusing that can be for a milk drinker that's going traveling. But it doesn't stop there, because I know how to Google. I don't go to Norway that often, but they have the scheme where they go from this magenta via the blue one to the full milk. Full milk is still red, which I find normal. And I decided to find out why. So I sat down, I wrote a letter to all these dairies asking, how did you come up with the color scheme for these things? And I got a message from Valio, which is the Finnish dairy, a nice lady called Hande, and she goes like, yeah, this is something from the 60s. I highlighted it for you. And I asked around, I couldn't get an answer to why these colors were chosen like they were. So I got a letter back from Norway. A nice person called Halvard Opsal he said the same thing, or she. The 1960s, there was something called the Dairy Central something, and they just went for these colors for, no particular reason. And it just ends with, we don't really know, but we hope this information will find you well. But then I hit the jackpot, because I got the letter back from Sweden. Well, it was an email, but I'm just saying letter. It sounds more romantic. No, there we go. Hi, Kasper. Thank you for your email. Very familiar. And she goes, Christina from Arla goes, back in the day when you made cheese, if you had an extra fatty cheese, you put a red ribbon around it. And that's why we chose the red as a color for a real fatty milk. And I thought, this is great information. I'm a genius. I'm an investigating journalism. I should get like Pulitzer Prize for this. But the thing is, then I traveled to Denmark, and they have a completely different scheme. I was like, what happened with the fatty milk? You didn't get the memo. Why are you going in this really dull color scheme where everyone else goes to red? And I used to live in England. Iceland as well. That's a real bizarro land. They go from magenta via yellow to blue, which sounds weird to me. And then I used to live in the UK for a while, and they got it completely wrong. Come on, guys. They go skim milk is red, and they go via green to blue, which is really fatty. And as a graphic designer, I want to present you with this chart, which I call color/fat content of milk. And as you can see, there's still a pattern. And if you look really closely at this, I claim there is a tropic of milk fat that goes through, northeast of this tropic, you have the countries where fatty milk is red, and southwest of it, you got countries which go for blue for fatty milk. And as you can tell, this was a real breakthrough, something of a graphic design scientist, if you ask me. And, that's when I got Graphic Designer of the Year in 2013. Obviously, this was a while back now, but after I got this event, I got really into pyramids. You know the pyramids? You always see a picture like this. There's these magnificent, glorious pyramids, the great pyramids of, I want to say Giza, not Gaza, because that's another place. And, a nice Bedouin on a camel. But I haven't been to these pyramids, but my mom has, and she says it's not really like that. You got 400 tourist buses and someone selling Pepsi Max, and it's really crowded. And this is most probably Photoshop, or you have to go really, really early in the morning, maybe like 4 a.m. to get a shot like this, because it's crowded all the time. And I started Googling pyramids. And in this very area where these pyramids are in the desert, there are about 100 or hundreds even of pyramids, but most of them look like this. This one is called the Amenemhet first. And you know, it's been a bit of wear and tear. It's been a few thousand years. So they're mostly covered in dust and sand, not much left of them. And because there's so many of them, no one has restored them. And I found this really interesting that there's just such an abundance of them that no one wants to do anything. It's like the same kind of story I heard that when the British arrived to Egypt 150 years ago, there were so many mummies. They just used the mummies to fuel their steam trains, which sounds so weird. But then I found, my favorite pyramid, the Sneferu bent pyramid, as it's called on Wikipedia. And the problem with this pyramid was it was built on land that wasn't really stable. So it started to sort of go bad on the right side. And they made it really steep. But after a few, 10 or 100 years, they went like, come on, you guys, this is going to take forever. Let's change the angle in the middle. So you get this pitched roof that changes inclination, which I find really cool. This is the most imperfect pyramid I've seen in my life. And this pyramid is my idol. I love this pyramid so much, and I use it as an inspiration now for everything I do. Let me give you some examples. I'm thinking, when you go to a restaurant, you see salt and pepper. That's the normal. So I'm thinking, who has decided that these are the best condiments in whole of the world? So I made a version where I'm thinking if I would go to a restaurant, I'd go to one where you get lactose and gluten on the table, because I would probably take someone gluten intolerant and then I would just sprinkle gluten on my food and look that person in the eyeball, and that would just that would be a power move. That would give me the upper hand. And I think this is a real cool concept for a restaurant. Also, I have children, but I don't like to buy them Kinder eggs. I make my own ones, because they say children love a surprise. Well, it's still a surprise if they get a raw egg on their hand when they crack this one open. So I think it's only fair. It will make them tough and hard, and I don't want soft children. So that's why I make my own Kinder eggs to them. Also, made this one for my wife. It's called Salmon Medallion. It's for a person who really loves salmon, and you can keep it close to your heart. Obviously, just a prototype. This is made out of some disgusting material that will give you a rash, but the real one should be made out of gold. If anyone is a bit of a goldsmith, a silversmith out there, you can use this idea. I promise you, it will be good. And then I stumbled across the concept of the bridal chest. I don't know how common this is, but back in the day when a child was born, it was given this chest and it was filled with important and expensive stuff. So when the child would then get married at, 15 or something like that, this is what she would take from the home to her new family. And I thought, sure, this is an old concept. It doesn't exist anymore. But I still got a daughter in 2008. I thought, I want to make something nice for her. I want to make this old bridal chest for her, but I want to make it modern. So I went to IKEA and I bought this IKEA Prent box that you have to assemble yourself. Took me a long while, almost as long as it would have taken a skilled carpenter back in the day. And I thought, I don't like flowers. I'm going for the coolest thing that exists in 2008, tribal tattoos. And she's got Stella, that means star, right? So I got a star on the top and I got a star on the back in this sort of heavy metal style. And I threw in some Chinese marks as well, because this is, I think it says star on one side and I think it says daughter on the other side, but it might say, fried banana, whatever. We don't know, and that's the beauty of it. And look how happy she is. Now I'm going to fill it with something important. I don't know if the reputation of Finland has reached you, but we consider ourselves a bit of a design country. And there's this one pair of scissors with which incorporate orange that are really famous, Fiskars scissors. And I decided I want to make something similar. So I went out to a charity shop. I got all these old scissors. I put my magic touch on them. And as you can tell, look how lovely they are now. This is the best thing I've ever done, if you ask me. And I even made a logo for them, which is almost like the brand, but not quite. And I even made it reflect from the background. So I think this is really lovely. Also, if you're middle class in this country, you go for these glasses that says Iittala. It's a Glassworks. And there's a big debate on should you take off these stickers or not? Is it a sign of design? I mean, is this something you should leave on or take away? And there's forums where there's people chat about it endlessly. But I thought, okay, if a sticker makes a glass valuable, I'm going to make my own glasses valuable. And as you can tell, it's a motley crew. It's just stuff I picked up in charity shops. But as a skilled graphic designer, who was graphic designer of the year in 2013, I thought, let's make the best of this situation. I made some stickers. I have these scissors. You see the design scissors. I own the original. And yeah, there's a bit of fingerprints on them. But look how lovely. This is how I live my life. I just rework identity all the time. And also for design-conscious people in this country, they like these three-legged stools, but they can be really expensive. They can be like 200 euros just for this little crap stool. I was like, no way I'm going to do that. So I went to a charity shop. I bought a four-legged version. Then I went back down to the basement in my house. I applied my magic on this chair. As you can see, so much more designy already. And I also put some sticky tape on it. There's some bubbles, there's some air bubbles in it. I'm not a skilled carpenter, but there you go. I mean, you can rework almost anything if you put your mind to it. And that's why I'm here. I actually made a book about all these projects about 2015, I think, which I called Kasper Strömman Illustrated Design Encyclopedia. I love just calling things by huge names. This is about 90 pages. It's not encyclopedic at all, but it looks good. Just trust me on this one. And after a while, after I've been doing all these things, I thought like, okay, so I've been reworking all these identities, but I need to rework my own identity. And you see in this greenhouse here, this building just in front of you, used to live in that house for 9 years. I moved out 2 years ago. And I keep walking around town and I see all these plaques that people put up on walls, these brass plaques that like this very important person lived in this house. And so like, no, who says I can't make my own brass plaque and put up on the wall of this house? And it just says, graphic designer of the year 2013, Kasper Strömman lived in this house 2013 to 2021. And it even went through the official channels in our house. I got everyone's permission to put it up, and I'm just really happy with the way it looks. Now everyone can tell that a very important person lived in this house for many, many years and was happy. Right. I think the time is running out here a little bit. We said 20 minutes. I've been talking for 27 minutes, but you know what? As graphic designer of the year 2013, I thought I'm gonna, I'm on teams with Poland now, and I know Warsaw have this very lovely coat of arms. I know it because I googled it yesterday, and I'm gonna rework it for you. And I love the way there's this mermaid just holding a sword, and I checked on Google Maps. not much water in Warsaw. I mean, there's this river, but it's not like there's going to be an armada arriving through that river. I think that should be done more north. I don't know, in the Baltic Sea or somewhere. And as the years been going by, I'm not even going to design this anymore. I thought, like, because it's 2023 now. Let artificial intelligence do this. The newest version of Photoshop got this thing where you just type in what you want to do and it does it for you. So I typed in a mermaid holding a sword, but it said you can't do a sword. It's illegal. I don't know why. Maybe to it was against the rules. But I typed in Polish self-defense mermaid, and this is what it gave me. I also put in cyber crown on the top. And I don't know about you. What is she holding in her hand? First of all, it's not a mermaid, because a mermaid should have, she got legs. I mean, that's the first reason. And I thought it was a bit rude. Is that what Photoshop imagines a Polish person to be like? I mean, I guess it's okay, but I don't know what she's holding in her hand. So this is where we are now. In 10 years' time, I'm just going to do all my work with AI. Thank you so much for this lecture. You've been lovely. I've been Kasper. And if you want to follow me on places, I'm called Kasper Strömman. It's in Finnish only. You won't be able to understand anything, but there will be some pretty pictures. So thank you.
My name is Damian Flisak, indeed. I'm a copyright lawyer. For the last 20 years, I've been dealing with copyright stuff. And for the last 6 years, I'm trying to follow the AI development, particularly this kind of AI, which we call generative AI. And since you all have already some experiences with ChatGPT, with Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, and stuff like this. And at the very beginning, you've been very curious with this kind of transformers, but with more and more you are diving into this area. I guess that some of you started being a bit afraid what is going to happen to you, to young creators. Is there any point to educate young creators, since AI can generate without any limits? Practically within a fraction of seconds, you can have billions of nice cats. These questions are fully legitimate. I also, there are some professions which are in much worse situation as you are. I'm also a sworn translator for German language, and when I'm giving the lectures for the translator, they are begging me literally to tell them something positive, because translators are in the first row to yeah, you know what I mean. But okay, coming back. Nevertheless, I see the future bright, but the thing is how you're going to adjust yourself to this AI stuff. You shouldn't be afraid about AI, but about your competitors who has managed to adjust themselves to AI, because they're going to have the competitive advantage against you. So not AI is a problem, but your colleagues which manage to adjust themselves to AI. Okay, but as you know, there are some cases right now, like 20 cases being brought before the American courts in the United States. Some creative people are claiming against the let's call them AI developers, that they are that their AI algorithms are being trained on their works, and that this AI output sometimes is very, very similar to the input, to the works which have been used as the data, which have been ingested by the AI algorithms. So they are claiming that hey, how could it be that the output of the AI is so similar to my works? What can they do about it? But step by step. First thing which is quite important to you is that AI output cannot be protected by copyright. The human output, your output, for sure. This is because copyright law does not perceive the AI as an entity being able to create something. Full stop. The truth is, however, that in the most of the cases, we have very seldom the case that there is a pure AI output. In most of the cases, you are using the AI tools to create something, and then there is a problem whether such a situation, whether this kind of output also is going to be protected by copyright. Have you heard about the 10th Symphony of Beethoven? About the Rembrandt, the new Rembrandt paintings?
Yes.
So there, these are the classical examples of the cooperation between the humans and the AI machines, and this kind of output is certainly protected by copyright law.
Damian,
Pardon?
sorry, can I say something?
Of
Because
course,
I really love to
always.
hear to you, and I feel like that I have to kind of really, when you're walking that
Okay,
way.
I should
make
say,
it
yeah,
better
yeah.
that way.
The thing
I'm
is,
not sorry.
then I have a direct link between my legs and my brain.
I understand you're you're
This is
also
my problem.
an attorney also, so they do that.
Certainly.
Correct.
Okay, so exactly. So the good news is that only your output is going to be protected. I'm not going to discuss too broadly the risks and the advantages and the disadvantages of AR art. This is a discussion of a different kind. But let me just point to some crucial points. Of course, AI can produce very, very fast. No limits. Point. Thanks to AI tools, even Damian Flisak, which is organically not able to create anything, I can become a creator all of a sudden. Which this as a rule is a good thing, because because why not? Third advantage of AI art is that thanks to AI tools you can create something fully out of the box, right? What are the risks of AI? Yeah, the first risk is that the human creativity can be devalued, because indeed, if you can create an image, I don't know, if you are able to paint something in a week time, and the AI is able to do the same thing in a fraction of the second, here we are. The plagiarism. This is a very, very important thing. My students might even cheat on me when giving me some essays claiming the authorship. Okay, but I used to repeat all the time. I'm not the one. I'm not your lifeguard. But remember, in 2, 3, 4 years from now, there will be certainly some software developed which will 100% detect all the cases of plagiarism. What then? If you, for example, become a Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Poland, and sorry by giving your example, but you know, and being spotted as a cheater, would it be nice? I don't think so. So always bear in your mind the answer to the machine is in the machine. Today, this program are still not so well functioning, but in 2, 3, 4, 5 years of time, they will work perfectly. What then? Stupid. Job losses. I don't know. Maybe some of you are going to lose your jobs, but certainly many others will gain new jobs, because, like, for example, I don't know, a new job could be, for example, a famous prompt engineer, for example. So you have to adjust yourself to the AI. Okay, so what is my point? The main claim of your American colleagues from the United States is that the AI is stealing their identity, their style, their creative modus operandi. This slide is only a proof that even today's AI is able to perfectly mimic not only the art, but the images, the sound, and it can create in a perfect quality some fake pictures, some fake news, and this is very bad information for the whole society. We have to teach the young people, unlike in my times, that not everything they see and then they hear on the internet is trustworthy. But true, critical thinking, always critical thinking. Me being born like 46 years ago, I got used that, of course, okay, the signature can be maybe faked, but the image, the sound, the voice. Today, the times have changed dramatically. Of course, these pictures, these fake pictures, are kind of funny. I mean, Pope in Balenciaga jacket, for some of us, is funny. Chancellor Merkel with Obama is funny for everybody. Not big harm, laugh. It's good, but you can imagine hundreds of scenarios with horrible fakes, like porn revenge, like these kind of things you couldn't even think of. So this mimicking ability is something existentially dangerous for you, creative people. For me too, by the way, because I can create it when I write, not when I draw something, but when I write. So the question of your identity, and here you have the best thing about copyright. The copyright lawyers can protect your cats, your houses, your I don't know, the images you are producing. It is of course copyright protectable. However, copyright cannot protect is your style, the style, the way, this something. Okay, sorry, still watching Blink.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Bad. Shame on me. So these pictures have been created in the style of somebody.
Yeah.
On the left hand, like Vincent van Gogh. Have you heard about?
Sorry.
Here a Munch, and here maybe Dali or something. New pictures, but being created in the style of. Unfortunately, for the copyright, invisible. I mean, if you had a style, I'm sure you have a kind of style. If I painted something in your style, the cat in your style, no, not your cat, but not your cat, but a cat in your style, you wouldn't have any chance to go against me in the court, because copyright does not protect a style. Once again, and many young people called me saying, "Hey, Damian, you're supposed to be copyright guy. Please help me." Sorry, I mean. And a couple of days ago, DALL-E 3. This, by the way, this is my art. So now you see why I'm saying that I'm organically not even able to create anything. these are my first prompts. Some days ago, DALL-E 3, the third iteration of DALL-E, announced that DALL-E 3 is designed to decline, is not able to accept requests that ask for an image in the style of a living artist. A miracle has happened. It's huge. This is for your huge advantage. DALL-E 3 won't accept a prompt like, please draw me a cat in a style of, I don't know, DALL-E or whatever, Rothko, Wilhelm Sassnal, whoever it is. No, Jojo, of course, I know, even me. Yeah, question?
I have a question with I have a question because you can sometimes upload an image and just say, draw it in that style. You don't have to necessarily say a surname or a name of the artist. Will it somehow also deal with that?
Good question. Still don't know because this is only the announcement. The third iteration of DALL-E is going to be published tomorrow or today or maybe the day after or maybe in the next days. Fully legitimate questions. All I know stems from these sentences in a style of a living artist. Good question whether DALL-E will. The thing is whether DALL-E can extract the style of somebody from one picture, right? Maybe yes, maybe not. I would rather doubt because I would say that even though AI is a huge machine, in order to be able to mimic a style, you have to have been ingested with hundreds of pictures. So DALL-E knows what is the style of this or that guy. This would be my guess, gut feeling. Maybe I'm wrong, but really I have thanked to DALL-E on my short comment on LinkedIn being posted on LinkedIn. Thank you OpenAI. Thank you for that because indeed there's no way over the copyright to go against this kind of cases. What do you think? Why these commitments? Are these AI developers so like good uncles which care about your future, or maybe there are other interests? What would be your guess? Why this? Very good point. Maybe on one hand, well, officially they say because we care about you. We do care about society. Okay. We are honest competitors and so on and so on. But on the other hand, more and more lawsuits. Yeah. On the other hand, they know that the whole global creative community has united itself to do something about it. As a matter of fact, for the time being, only your American colleagues are doing practically something about it for obvious reason because these AI champions are being seated in United States. So no wonder that this is the right place to go against it. But whatever the reason is, thank you. By the way, the Microsoft, I did not put the slide on it because it's slightly bit more sophisticated and yeah, the Microsoft which released the Copilot. This is also kind of a generative program. Microsoft said that if you are using the Copilot as it is, without any interaction with this, without changing anything in the Copilot, if somebody goes against you because of your output when using Copilot, they assume the liability. They will help you to get out of this mess. You know, this is also a second step. If Microsoft said something like this and OpenAI said something which is beneficial for you, for me it is a clear sign that something eventually is going to change. That that they, for whatever reasons, they are giving you certain space for human creativity. Yes. Okay. I'm supposed to have a speech for 15 minutes, so I'm about to add what is the future. Again, there's no doubt that AI tools are going to develop. What we are seeing right now, this generative stuff is a kindergarten. Is only very, very beginning. We don't know which way this development is going to take. We simply don't know. But certainly we are at the very beginning, and look how advanced it is, how damn advanced it is. This is this mathematical devils. So where are we going to end up? We don't know. More people will use AI tools. Probably, like me, why not? But for fun. Copyright issues will arise. Certainly, if there is any legal regime which can make these AI giants kneel, then it is a copyright. This is a copyright. You know, kneel before you is copyright. Humans must retain creative vision, of course, because you know what is different between your cards and the cards which is even prettier, generated by AI, is that behind your cards there is a real human impact. There is a real interaction between you and the whole society. This card gets out of your head. And it has really huge value. Behind the cat being generated by AI, there's nothing. The cat being generated by AI is nothing but the result of some mathematical formula done by the computers. And this is, for us copyright lawyers, this is very, very, very important. Of course, this example cat might sound stupid, but you know what I mean. Put in the place of a cat some more sophisticated and more ambitious words. You are trying because out of your heart and your mind. And this why my questions I asked at the very beginning was provocative, whether there is a point in educating people like you. Of course, because you are the salt of the earth. So I don't know, it doesn't make sense, but this is what I think. Okay, so as you see, copyright lawyers are deadly serious. This is the way how we make our money.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beata Czajkowska, and indeed I am affiliated and actually creator of the two foundations that you see the logos of. But today I'm going to talk to you in my kind of primary capacity. That is my capacity as a political scientist, because by training that's who I am. And when I looked at what this workshop is about, the topic was about, the topic you're working on is identity, but I was asked to talk more about politics, where maybe politics of identity go awry. But I'm a political scientist, so, sorry guys, okay. So I am an analyst. And here is what I'm going to talk to. Of course, this is tons of very, very complicated words and so on. This is how we officially write it. But what this talk is about woke, the term we are at least all aware of. But what I would like to tell you is really where it started, what is the origin, what happened, and how capture or using it or expansion of the use created a bit of a mess. But is it good or bad? We don't know. What we know it is change. It is somehow contributing to social change. And maybe, and that's what I'm going to talk about in more than 133 words. I would like to start with where phenomena, ideas, where do they come from? How do we know that something is off? What drives social change? Well, there's a theory which I'm quite fond of, and I think it applies to evoke. It's a theory of relative deprivation. The first actually published in that book that you see the cover. What is relative deprivation? I put some definitions here, but really what it is, it's the moment when we realize that something about our lives is off. And it really applies to prejudice, it applies to oppression, it applies to sort of understanding that my current life circumstances are not what I think they should be, because I feel that I want more, that I somehow, vis-a-vis somebody else, vis-a-vis one group, vis-a-vis another, I feel that my needs, the group, this is actually a social movement theory, so we're here talking about social movements. And so talking about social movements, that what we need is, we need this awareness, we need this alert. And I'll give you an example. If you, all your lives, are stuck in a certain circumstances, let's just use circumstances of a village, okay? You're stuck. There's always certain things going certain way and so on. And then earthquake comes and rescuers come to the village and they bring certain things that make life better, okay? They bring to the village water, they hook up electricity through generators and so on. And the villagers realize, wait, so our lifestyle can be different somehow. Our life, why don't we have it? What is about us, or is it about us? What is it about the circumstances, the context, the social context, really political, economic context? That does not satisfy me here. And this is an impulse for doing something about it. And it can evolve into social movements. Some critics actually think that the original theory was too optimistic into evolution into social movements. We're not gonna be talking about it. What I want to say is this is relative. So this is the certain groups have number of grievances. A certain group of individuals, or certain political groups have number of grievances that they want to address because they feel that they are deprived relative to what they think they should be. And also, it's interesting because it also has a call for action, because my last line, the groups who are starting, the groups start with the belief that their grievances can be addressed by society, by societal structure, and so on. So this is generally theory. Why do I think it applies to the term war? Let's just go back to its original definition, which is it refers to, it's an African American vernacular English. It's a word, it's an adjective created from past participle of to wake. Wake, waked, woken, or in American vernacular, African American vernacular English, it's woke. What does it mean? It's awake, alert, aware. How do we this has been first used in 1930s, generally, initially, and really up till 2000 teens. It was used in terms of awareness and alertness to racial and to racial injustice and prejudice and oppression. It was kind of low, this term. Nobody was using it very much until about early 2010s, and about 2015, with Black Lives Matter, used the hashtag or the idea, woke, how we are raising awareness for a specific cause. And that specific cause was political violence and police abuse. And then what it does, when you have this alertness, when you woke, it works on both the group, the movement of the group, the people who feel victimized because they realize where they are victimized, and a general awareness, because if this issue, if this topic spreads into public sphere, let's say, it could be public sphere, primarily through media, but into public conversations, into then we all, or more of us, start to question something that we never questioned before. Is there really discrimination? For 100 cars that are stopped on the street in the police somewhere in Nebraska, 88 stops are of drivers of minority. And then you start wondering, yes, if let's say, minority comprise, 23% of the society, and then you have this huge gap. Why is this gap? Are the drivers of color really bad drivers, all of them? Or is it an assumption on the part of law enforcement that they are that they're more prone to committed crimes? So we just become kind of question certain beliefs. And again, woke started, and it was actually a positive term. It was a term meaning empathy, meaning, it was something to be sympathetic, to notice, and so on. But then around 2015, and especially right around the pandemic, this term became very popular. Very popular as I call it, in a way, I'll probably say it later as well. I call it hashtag hijack. So you have certain established social process going on, and the social process has its own life, but then other groups realize that using similar social movement, similar social process will work to their advantage. And that creates, in a way, proliferation. And this proliferation of term of woke, there was, in a way, explosion of it around 1920s, 2020, and then it became actually a normative term. Because remember, initially, it's just a description of what it is. And here, when we start using it in terms of politics, that is, we are starting to compete for something. Politics is all about competition, of course. We are proliferating it, but does it work? Would it work for everything? What are the dangers of it? And I think, and I also want to say two words about why then, okay? Why was it 2020 and so on? Of course, pandemic, the general absolute shock to the global system that it caused, both because of the consequences of the pandemic and also health consequences of the pandemic. I mean, there's a huge discrimination in access to health, access to vaccines, and so on. We all have lived through. So that's one thing. Another reason is during when we become isolated, when we become closed, when everything, all our points of reference are all of a sudden being questioned, humans have a natural tendency to search for some place to belong, to somehow become part of something bigger. So these are basically these two phenomena. But notice that here we are moving from simply description of a process to ideologization or politicization or capture of the process. And I put few definitions of what currently, depending on where you stand and what you think, what you may think woke is. Okay? You see, I found multiple definitions of this. And what is the common denominator of this definition? It makes absolutely no sense. It means nothing. Because it has proliferated so far, and it has been used in so many contexts, that there's absolutely no way that we can now identify it as part of a social as part of a social movement, social protest. No, it has become a tool, as I said, to demand change. It has become a tool to resist change. It has become a tool of course, in politics and politics captured it. And again, it is connected to the context in which we live. We live in the world that is not only very quickly changing, but also a world that we have fears. We have a lot of fears. We all probably have environmental anxieties. Yes, either we believe it or not, we know something is going on. We know about all the other things that are sort of not there. They're misaligned, and they're happening extremely fast. And all this phenomenon, all these issues that we are surrounded by, find us or kind of force us to find some definitions. This is how we operate. This is just, it's not this particular phenomenon. We as societies want to classify something, name it, do something about it. So what do you think it is? I think I'm not running a survey in this group, but probably most of you would be able to identify with one or the other of these definitions. So based on the unfortunate, and I would say unhappy progression of what woke was and what it has become, it has certain social consequences. I mean, in a way, opening public space for debate, because that's what it is. This is bringing more players into public debate, has its consequences. And here I put something that could be considered negative consequences. This is why we now think that this is the term from 1920 or so, 2020, child of the 20th century. My reference is 1900s, but here we are in 2020. What happened is we feel, we kind of, no, these are the negative consequences. This is why this phenomenon of woke, or this term woke and so on, is so, is now considered to be negative, it's pejorative. It is something almost a slander in some cases. Oh, you woke, you know, everything is about you and so on. And we've seen these wars, and unfortunately it proliferates a lot of small and bigger wars. What I would like to talk about is certain negative phenomena in political sphere that are especially dangerous if we start in good faith starting social movement when our system is not exactly yet adjusted to. And don't get me wrong, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. This is how system changes. Here, what I'm going to talk about is about certain abuses or negative consequences when there is a disalignment with multiple grievances. What happens, for example, I would like to talk about relativization of victimhood. Groups that have grievances, that feel that they have been unequally treated, oppressed, and so on. There are very, very strong and absolutely understandable and right feeling that they demand grievances. But what happens if you have a lot of groups seeking compensation? Let's say compensation in various terms. I'm not talking about just monetary compensations, but compensation of being noticed and so on. They start competing, and there is a danger of what I call competitive victimhood. And what it does, it creates something that is very dangerous from the point of view of our thinking as societies. What it relativizes victims. That is, my grief, is bigger than yours. No, we all were wrong. This atomizes the movement, and it allows for usage of this atomization movements again in political and in politics, and it further spreads political fights, political polarization, and so on. But I really think that this especially interests me. This victimhood, because I think we are losing sight almost that we all suffer. Okay, we all have. This is right that we feel bad about something that is happening to us, but if we all start screaming about it, it's all of a sudden we start relativizing it. Is losing a leg more important than being arrested or being stopped on a highway? Yes, is losing a leg because of lack of access to medical care. And we lose sight that as society, in order to make progress, we opening the space. I mean, this is how progress in societies, especially democratic societies, is made. We open public sphere to more groups, okay? We accept more differences. We accept that people are different. Here, we can run into danger, and unfortunately, for several years, we have run into the danger that if I scream the most, I will get most compensation. However, let's not be pessimistic. What also it brings in positive, in the whole movement, the whole proliferation of wokeism, talking about hashtag something, really also generates positive consequences. And I would like to sort of go toward the end with this positive consequences, because the most important is to be alert, to be aware, to sort of question and debate. And I think these voices and what happened, the voices, and they're really driving social change. And I will tell you, and this is my last slide. Where I would like to come back to relative deprivation theory. And this is about how I will show you how difficult it is to actually change this perception. So this book was published in 1970. I had the pleasure of being a student of the author. In early 1990s, when I was in graduate school, he told our class, and I believe he was telling this to every class he taught, that his biggest regret about the book was not that his theory was questioned, repeatedly since it was published. And it created opened a completely new area in social sciences, really, in analysis of social movements. No. Ted said that he was ashamed of the title. Because in 1970, when he wrote the book, it was a really progressive book. It never occurred to him to question the exclusion he put in the title. Mm-hmm. It's not meant to rebel. Everybody has a right to rebel, and we should look at possible rebellions. Or we should just basically notice, open our universes, yes? So this is just a simple problem. I'm absolutely sure that in the United States in the 1970s, nobody thought about it. It took Ted 20 years, or over the course of 20 years, he started thinking that his own awareness was raised, okay? This is the guy who came up with the theory. So we certainly have a long way to go, but the reason why I structured this talk the way I did is because I want to tell you not to dismiss something, to start looking, to start understanding what is going on, because wokeness, alertness, being awake is certainly a driving force for us to create a better society, for which I believe we all hope. Thank you.
So today I'm going to tell you about my diploma project. Thank you so much. You hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. My diploma is about my life with borderline personality disorder, and my thesis is about how other artists with mental health problems express themselves in their animations. And as practical part, I was doing my own animation about my problems. So for thesis, I analyzed few animations in which authors described their difficulties in life. So here you can see first screen from Inhale, Exhale, Draw animation by William Dawn. I recommend you to check his animations. They're amazing, I think. So there is also his another animation, Sticks and Stones. Stick and Stones is animation about toxic masculinity and how it affected his life. I also recommend you to watch Anomalisa by Charlie Kaufman. That's animation about depression, where we can even see example of psychotic depression when the main character has such problem that everybody he sees have the same face. So he's so much in depression that he has this fragile delusion when everybody has the same face and the same voice for him. The next example I found is Evangelion. Hideaki Anno, while he was creating this animation, also struggled with depression, and he met cyberbullying, when he released his anime, because Japanese people didn't understand these problems, because for this time it was unusual to speak about such topics. And the last example I wanted to talk is Big Math. I think it's amazing series about teenagehood, and here on the screen you can see Jessie. She struggles with depression and anxiety, and this cat represents depression and mosquito is anxiety. So now to my animation. I came up with an idea while I was on my dialectical behavior therapy, and there is such concept as wise mind, which consists of reasonable mind and emotional mind. So both minds are important, both our thoughts and our emotions are important in our life. So I decided to draw my reasonable thoughts as a cat character, and this cat character represents my reasonable mind. So he looks like a fire because I decided this way. And my emotional thoughts, my emotions are like a snail. And together they combined in a wise mind. So this girl has both features of cat and a snail. So she represents wise mind, which includes both emotions and rational thoughts. Now I would like to share you some backgrounds. All the backgrounds were done by hand on a paper with watercolors, and sometimes I edited them a bit in Photoshop. So this is Snail's room. This is her table. That's again Snail's room. This is Cat's table. We can see here a poster of a tiger. He wants to be a tiger. Here is their kitchen. Again, their kitchen. And now for the result.
governmental policy. And it was seen as very sort of progressive and high-minded at the time, resolving the problem. We've spoken about the Indian problem.
Oi, oi.
Thank you all. I'm really happy to be here. It's Ava, by the way.
She will be late, if you don't mind. Okay.
It's just that I wanted to say thanks to Ava that I'm here. She came to Dutch Design Week last year and she enjoyed very much the program. And she also enjoyed being with me. So she said you should come to workshop, social design workshops. And I know a lot about social design because I think it's one of my favorite domains also in design. But I work in all kinds of design fields because I'm a connecting person. I'm going to show you. This is how Karolina Rychter kind of really made a sketch of me. She was graduating from the Design Academy Eindhoven. And I wanted to have some really nice illustrations. So she made kind of really scissors. What is it? Edward scissors, Ingrid scissors hands on me. But it really kind of shows who I am. So I'm running in late, as you see today, like a bit too late, sorry. And but I love to work with people, and I always, when I'm there, I give all my attention to the people I am with. So when Eva told me you really want to do this workshop, or you should do this workshop, it was a bit like that, more like, I had a kind of identity crisis at a certain moment, like, am I the right person to do that? Because it's a design environment. There are a lot of design teachers, and I'm not a teacher. I'm just connecting persons, creating projects to really make everybody in the world aware of the value of design, because design is so immensely important. And I'm so happy that more and more people understand that now. So I've been working, I work internationally, so that's really normal from that perspective that I'm here. But I also was thinking when Eva really convinced me that I really, and also Jan did, that I really wanted to do something really near to myself, but important for you all, because it's a fact. Does it work? No, yeah, it does. The world needs you. So yesterday I saw this on the streets in Warsaw, and it was a call out to everyone, but there are specific calls out right now to the design sector, or to designers, creators, painters, people that make graphic, I don't know all the terms, graphic designs, whatever creating work you can do. The important is that you can picture this, you can make your imagination work for other people, that they understand where we need to go to, you can help them. And so that's what I thought is important. So this is also important, by the way, because it was a manifestation against racism. And that's also one of the topics some of the designers in the Netherlands also work in, and they work on inclusivity. It's an important topic as well. And that brings me to the next, when it wants to go to next. Let's go to the invite. Okay, there it is. I've been in Poland quite often because we work a lot together with Gdynia Design Days. Does anybody know Gdynia Design Days? Gdynia, Gdansk. No, you're also, of course, lots of international people. No, raise hands if you are, good. You know, of course. And it's a wonderful festival near the Baltic Sea, on the Baltic Sea, so you can go to the beach where we've done a lot of things around design. But it had a very important topic, which was about solidarność, about solidarity, how important solidarity is. And I think that also came to my mind when I come to tell you something. It should be about something, how designs can really help to create positive movements in the world. And this is what the solidarity team also of Gdynia Design Days kind of really evoked. So, and then I've got this extra right side as well. Yeah, this is good. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading it for months already, so it's not going really well because I'm very busy these days. We have Dutch Design Week coming on soon. But I started rereading the first chapters, and that was in Warsaw. It was on Sunday. And I was really thinking, this is all what it's about for designers, because this really kind man, he used to be an opera singer. He came from Kentucky, but he went to New York. And when he stopped a career as opera singer, he started coaching opera singers. But at a certain moment, he wanted to get back to the, let's say, countryside again. And he became a coach for self-development. So helping people to find out who they are and how they can best really build up their lives. And he also wrote self-development books, which were important and were popular. But at a certain moment, he really thought, what am I doing? I'm writing self-development books, but what for? What should people do with this? And then it was like he was a kind of open to a message that really said, we are living in a very rapidly changing world. It's a volatile world, uncertain and complex and ambiguous. We cannot solve the problems like we used to do, or we still do very often. And he's really very much looking into how the potential of everyone, so also he's also of you, can be kind of really addressed, adopted to what is needed now, because we need to really have people that can think with their heart, not just with your head, not just with knowledge, not just to go directly into action, but really sense and experience what's happening. And that's also what designs are really very good in. So the world is breaking open, he says, instead of collapsing. And we all know that this is really crisis time. So I had an identity crisis, but I came to the conclusion that we really maybe need to look into how can we have identities to really minimize crisis or maybe solve crisis together. So that's really that you have skills for collaboration, for bringing new ideas into lives. And I think that's also a very important topic where we need designers to help us there. So it's about time to create a world that works for everyone. So let's see what's happening come Sunday here in Poland. First speak with your heart and then with your head. Yeah, what, did I do something wrong? I don't mind if you just
I think that you need to come closer.
Yeah, that's no problem. So I think it's a really interesting book. So if you really want to know more about it, you can order it online. And I think it really brings a lot of interesting insights, and it really also makes it really well clear that you are the creative people that also need it and are needed. But you need also to really take your position and just know that you can't do everything. You are also sort of limited, but we can only do with where we are and with what we have, but that's enough. It's important that you just go and come into action. So this is somebody who comes into action because she wants to change the capitalistic system, the capitalistic economy of this day. So she is really thinking about the importance of creating moonshots, meaning important big topics that our world needs to work on together. And Mariana Mazzucato, so she's an economist, she created this guide, and also she was invited by the European Commission, and I'm a fan of Europe. I hope some of you are or will be, because there are a lot of things to really say to protest against Europe, but in general, I think it also helps us on this continent and as countries to really collaborate and to do really good jobs. Can we go to next? Because Mariana advised the European Commission to work on big missions, and really missions like we need to improve the soil in Europe. Well, you cannot imagine that they would have thought about such a topic, let's say 2-3 years ago. Or also we need to really combat cancer. There are a lot of things going on. Our environment is not healthy. Also, we need to change urban environments, and we need to take care of our cultural heritage. So these big moonshots of Mariana, of course, they developed it with the people at the European Commission because they are designers and architects in a team that creates policy that is really looking into what is needed in Europe. And these people are creative and they have a holistic view of the world. So this is Ursula in 2020, mid-COVID, first State of the Union she did. And she really called out for to build a new European Bauhaus, not really build it, but kind of really form it, design it, because that's indeed what happened. And it's really important that you know the topic. So it should be about how can we build a Europe in which we have interesting and sustainable, inclusive places for all, and we take care of everybody. Yeah. So this is the first year, and it's really also very good to know that it was really constructed or made, you could say, developed this program to redesign Europe with people that were on online conferences and online meetings. And that was really, you could say, a positive side of COVID because everybody got together online. So you had the Bauhaus do Mar in Portugal, focusing on what do we need around the seaside. And how can we connect in Europe with other regions in the seaside? Bauhaus der Erde, that is really about the tipping point that we are kind of really reaching. And also Bauhaus for irresistible circular society. So there were different Bauhauses. Next slide, please. And they were really put into programs. So there are now different programs running. And one of the good things that also happened is the new European Bauhaus prizes that reach out to everybody in Europe, to really communities, to villages, to people that are in smaller communities in Spain, especially it's in the Mediterranean region. People have more kind of really close and nearby life, but also the European Bauhaus was a conference. It was a conference, you might say, also of the Polska Japanska Academy. So the Bauhaus topics, I think, also show what is important in these days. These are big topics like reconnect with nature. We are part of nature. We should really also feel like that we are responsible for nature and take care of it. It's about retaining a sense of belonging and also is like having communities and also really taking care of the more vulnerable communities and also shaping at the same time a circular industrial ecosystem that is not a kind of really only using the resources the planet still has less and less. Next, please. So there will be a mission on new European Bauhaus. It will probably be ready in the course of next year. And at a certain moment when you start to work, it's interesting and important also to be aware of that these kinds of things are happening because they're also reaching out to you. The creative cultural industries is really the industry that needs to really help us make this all happen. So the missions that we are thinking of are all kind of really, they are very thematic, but I think they have a kind of really similarities. So the missions I described here are from Dutch Design Week, which is the festival I work for. 2,000 designers will present coming this next week. It will start from Friday on. And designers are really aware of the fact that they need to really reach out also to possible people to work with and also do this in really partnerships. So alone we go fast, but together we can come further. And that's an important thing, I think, to just take as an inspiration, source of inspiration, do it together. So these are the missions we have in Dutch Design Week. Designers would really choose where they are focusing on. Are they more focusing on the thriving planet, meaning ecology, sustainability, and systemic change, or on our living environment, where we are now, like outside in the public space or in your own interior, in your house or in a university, and livability in general, health and well-being is important. So that means also what are we eating? How are we eating? What can we do about eating better? Maybe system change as well. It's about care, of course. In Holland, you also have care centers that are more preventive. So hospitals are seen as really maybe sometimes even make people more sick. So try to avoid the hospital. And then personal care as well, like what do you do when you are free? Achieving our equal society is also what I was just saying, that it's important that we are all included in the change. It's about that we are connected, that we can find each other, that we have possibilities to see each other. And of course, we need to feel safe. It's about our digital future. And the digital is really indifferent. Like it can be really virtual because it really helps when designers can create virtual environments for people to experience what's happening. Next, please. So I just, an example. This is also virtual, you could say, but it has a strong focus on creating our living environment. So I didn't see this yet because it will be on show so in 1 week time in Eindhoven. And there are around, I think, 600 projects that will be on show in Eindhoven all around this small town. And this one is about gas stations. We have 4,000 of them in the Netherlands, and they will all be, well, they need to close because we are changing the systems. We have maybe electric cars and so on. So they are thinking about, can we maybe make something like an energy station for people because we are growing food in there. So this is a vertical farming interior for a gas station, for instance. Just how you can speculate what can happen. Next, please. And then, of course, then when you're talking about well-being, about health, it's about really having a healthy environment to live in. But I also hear with the really beautiful people I work with in the group that they also have mental health problems, that they really feel stressed. And I remember that for my own kid, one of my daughters, that you have this quarterly life crisis and that you really think about, I'm 22, what am I going to do with my life? It's a difficult life, you know. And then it's really about how can you really find a way back to where you come from, or what's in you, that you really kind of really also find yourself, really, that you're close to yourself, near to yourself. So this is it's an installation, and the installation, of course, is comforting, bringing people together, feeling at ease. But there are also audio stories that are being told through this installation in the let's say knotted or knitted installation. Anyway, next please. And then we are, of course, as Dutch people, we have a colonial past, and we sometimes think, yeah, that's such a long time ago. But still, there are really things that are causing pain. So it's also really needed that we are aware of the fact that we need to be really open to other countries, other cultures, and the brick culture, the building brick culture is from the Netherlands, but it was integrated in Taiwan. So just an example also of awareness raising by a designer to know that we have this past and we really still have things to go with. Next, please. And this is from Metastera, TUE. I think she already, I think she's already working as a professional designer with a big team because it's very complicated. It's so complicated I cannot explain everything from you because she uses all kinds of really new methodologies to create octopus skin or mimic octopus skin. So this is biomimicry. And she's looking into, because she was really kind of really mesmerized by what happens, what octopus can do. I don't know whether anybody saw my octopus teacher. It's a really beautiful movie. But anyway, so she is really using 3D kind of really methodologies, and also she can really help people kind of really feeling how it is to have probably in digital environments only this octopus skin and sort of creations with it. Next, please. Okay, well, we have a mission board room now. We in PJAIT, it's a very special mission board room. I just make this as because as an announcement that I really hope that we see each other on Friday when we will have all the kind of really results today. The people in my group will work on what would be their mission, but it will be also not about big missions. We will not go to the moon probably, or maybe some people want to, but then it's about really imagining and kind of really making it kind of really visible and clear what you could do on certain topics that are to your heart. Next, please. And then I wanted to start with this Thriving Planet designer. She graduated in 2019 with a poo sandwich, a shit sandwich, I should say. So give a shit. So what she does is really making people aware of the fact also that we have we need also our pee and poo was used in former times to really also fertilize the country, the soil. And she really wants to make people aware of that we really need to change the systems. Next, please. And she goes to festivals with her poo, a shit sandwich food truck. So you can go and go to the toilet. But on the weekend also, you will have a kind of really a ticket to buy her sandwiches that are really great because she has a land where she grows a lot of vegetables and she grills the vegetables and use them to make her sandwiches. But the land is fertilized by the compost that's coming from our excrements, as we say, as our human waste. So I think it's a very special way nowadays. She works also to really advise building associations, government also to really rethink the systems we have near our houses, to maybe rethink that we can take out of the sewage system the beautiful nutrients, you could say, for our soil. And she's working at this moment on water, so we're not always aware of it. We are Dutch people, we had to fight water, but now we need water. So it's also really important that people are aware of that and are really looking into how can we maybe change our attitude towards water. So I just wanted to come back with Fides because she was also the one who gave me the name of the presentation. So let's give a shit and create a flourishing world. And then this is an invitation to Dutch Design Week. It's just an invitation to really show our themes, and I think that's a nice thing to. Can you show the movie? What? I'm sorry, this is me also. I should do. I think there should be a link under it. No problem. And otherwise, we can do it at the end of these presentations if you want to. I didn't know why these.
You can do it a bit after because you don't have internet connection.
Okay, yes, we can make it. So we can do it later. Maybe if you just copy the. Okay, so not now, but it's I think nice to see because it's really also about the creative design that we also use to engage people. So it's a nice movie. And I think that for now is it. I'm really looking to all of you and wishing you really a good future because I think you have so many talents and skills, and I think you also will have the mental power and then really being together with people and working together on making things that we need in this world today. So thank you all.
Hello. I am very pleased to be here, and I would like to give you a brief presentation about a classical philosophical problem of personal identity. I think it's important because all the problems we are talking about here, the identity crisis, all the psychological, sociological issues, are in some way connected with that core problem who we are, why we feel we are the same person over the time, despite all the changes that we undergo. And so it will be very brief, short story of philosophical problem of personal identity. I would like just to give you some hints, some main figures, main problems, main paradoxes that might be inspiring. And so maybe I will just ask you to sorry. So at the beginning, I choose like kind of motto of this lecture, famous first line of Franz Kafka short story, The Metamorphosis, one morning when Gregor Samsa woke from the troubled dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a horrible vermin. It's a very disturbing story of Kafka. We don't know how come Gregor Samsa changed so much. He's kind of cockroach, and it's a funny thing because you feel he's the same person despite his body completely transformed. And this is kind of very drastic change he went through, and it's not that we are going such drastic changes in our life, but when we think about ourselves, we undergo changes all the time. Can have every time, every hour, every day, something in us changes. Our physical body, the scientist says that every few years, probably 7 years, our body changes completely. It's not only that layers of our skin changes all the time, our blood cells live not so long, but also even our bone structure change. So our body is not the same when we were little kids, when we came from the hospitals with our parents. And so body is not a good answer for the question, how come we feel that we're the same person through all our life? And also, when we think about our, I don't know, inner state, our soul, some could say, our mind, it changes all the time. We have different opinions, we have different feelings, we feel different things about the same people in our surrounding. So it's not that we are not the same person psychologically when we compare it from the kindergarten time, but even last year I had different opinion. I feel different about a lot of things. But the funny thing and the thing that philosopher ask question is if I have good reason to think that I am still the same person. And there are different answers for that questions. And I would like you to give you some most important answers and some most important questions if we really have good reason to feel that we are the same person over time. And from what experience, what grounds came our sense of personal identity, that we are still the same person despite the changes we undergo, because it's a kind of complex things. We from one perspective we feel that we are the same person, but at the same time we are aware of all the changes that we came through. Can I have another? Oh, okay, great. And there is a classical paradox from the ancient time that illustrates the problem with identity per se, not only with identity of person, not only with our identity. And it's a famous paradox of the ships of Theseus. Theseus was the famous hero from the Greek mythology. As you remember, he rescued Athenians, he conquered the Minotaur, and because he conquered a Minotaur in the labyrinth, he, with the Athenian youth, returned to Athens on the ship. And he was welcomed like a hero. And people of Athens, to worship Theseus, they keep the ship. And the story goes like that, that they keep the ship for centuries and they keep care of that ship. So they replace each single part of that ship, even planks and the most important part. And the question that, because we know that story from Plutarch, and he told us that even ancient philosophers, ancient thinkers, was wondering about such a question. Because suppose that each plank of that original ship of Theseus was replaced. It was replaced in purpose to take care. It was kind of renovation. That way that we care about cars, we replace some changes. And we think that it's just taking care of our car, not having a new car. But when we think that each and single plank, each and single part of that ship was replaced, the question is it still the ship of Theseus? Everything changed, each part changed in that ship. And centuries later, Thomas Hobbes, a 17th century philosopher, put that paradox even more terrifying in a way. Suppose there was a person that kept all those old parts, all those old plants that were replaced, and recreated from that old plants ships. Which one is ship of Theseus? The one that was renovated over the years, or that was recreated from the old parts. So it's the problem of identity. And when we think about ourselves, there are some similarities. Everything in us is replaced, changed. So how come we have such strong sense of personal identity? And one kind of theories that explain that feelings connect that sense of identity with our body. But that case of ship of Theseus, and also scientific discovery that everything's in our body changing, each cell is replaced, make it more problematic. And also we change our body, we change our hairstyle, we lose weight, we gain weight, we go some surgeries. So we don't look the same even. So it's problematic. So some of the philosophers try to find the ground for our sense of personal identity somewhere else. Not in our body, but some in our soul, and some in our physical, psychological life, especially in the consciousness. And John Locke, one of the philosophers from the British empirism, he proposed that we should look for our strong sense that we are the same person over the time in our consciousness and in our memory. And he didn't speak of a soul, despite he believed in mind, soul, but he thinks that it's consciousness that keeps us the same person over the passing times and over the changes we undergo. And his theory of personal identity is very often called memory theory, because consciousness for Locke was our awareness of ourselves, and it embrace our life through our memory. And it seems to be a very good theory, because all the things we can remember, all the actions we took that we are remember, constitute our personal identity, ourselves, that we are one person. But there are some problems with that theory. Because, we don't remember everything from our life. We don't remember few, 2-3 years of our life. Maybe we have some blurred memories when we are very little. So in that theory, in our personal identity, in our sense that we are the same person over our whole life, we miss those, 2-3 years in the beginning. And another question, and it's very important in the light of new discoveries and modern medicine, when we think of Alzheimer's disease and all kinds of dementia, the question is if we should say that the person that loses his memory, memory of his action, memory of his life, is she still the same person? And it's very troubling. And some philosophers, some thinkers say no. When the person loses her memory, she's not the same person. And it's a very hard question. But Locke, he was convinced that it's our consciousness and it's our memory that makes us the person who we are, and it's the ground for our personal identity. And he gives the famous example of the prince and the cobbler, and it's kind of 17th century science fiction story. Suppose that the prince and the cobbler change the body. The consciousness and memories of the prince are transformed to a cobbler's body. And Locke thinks that prince in cobbler's body is still prince if he has his consciousness and his memory about his life, about his actions. So that's his view. But some philosopher from similar time, he came after Locke, and he was kind of his continuator, and question if there are good grounds to think and talk about personal identity, and if there is even such thing as myself, because we are we usually think that there is something in us that is solid, and this is I. And it's very strange, because most of the people nowadays don't think we have souls, immortal souls, something that is really solid in us, but we still have that deep conviction, deep sense that there's something in us that is me. It's myself. And Hume questioned that view in the 18th century, and he said that when we introspect in ourselves, we always find some feeling, some perception, as he said, and never we found something like me when we introspect. And there is a famous quotation from his Treatise of Human Nature, when he says, "For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always tremble on some particular perception of another, of heat or cold, light or shade, life of hatred, pain of pleasure. I can never coach myself at any time without a perception, and can never observe anything but the perception. While my perceptions were moved for any time, as by some sleep, so as long I am invisible to myself, and may truly be said not to exist. So Hume said basically that we only find some perception like cold, heat, love, hate, joy, sadness, but never anything like myself. So he said that myself, that sense of personal identity, is a fiction, and we are a bundle of perception. There is no, I don't know, box, container, or scene when the perception are that is solid. There are only perception, and they changes all the time. And in 20th century, there was a famous philosopher, Derek Parfit. His interest was especially in personal identity, and he gave some famous examples that I don't know how to say, push our limits of thinking who we are and what personal identity is. In 1971, he wrote a famous article on personal identity. And in 1984, he published his first book, Reason and Person. And in that book, he gave a famous example. It's a thought experiment. Thought experiments are philosopher favorite tools to test some our intuition and pose philosophical problems. And that thought experiment that Parfit proposed suggests that maybe personal identity isn't something so obvious as we think, and maybe it's not so important as we think. And there is a famous thought experiment in that book with teletransportation. It's an example taken from, I don't know, science fiction movies such as Star Trek, but also in Stanisław Lem books you can find many examples of teletransportation. But this example is kind of complicated. It has two main versions. In one version, there is hypothetical device, teletransportant, that puts you into the sleep, records your molecular composition, breaking you down into atoms and relying them to Mars. Very quickly, almost at the speed of light. And on Mars, another machine recreates you atom by atom in exactly some relative position. And not only on Mars you have the same body, but also you have your consciousness, your memory. You feel that you are the same person. But Parfit put that question to our minds. If that teletransportation is a method of travel, because in Star Trek it was kind of method of fast traveling, or we should rather say that it's a kind of, I don't know, dying, that the person who we are on Earth dies, and there is replica of that person on Mars. So it's not such obvious. And to make things even more complicated, he presents us another version of that thought experiment, in which everything goes the same, but our body, our ourselves on Earth are not destroyed; they stay on Earth, but the exact us are recreated on Mars. And it's even more complicated, because what we should say that are two persons that are us, and it can be that that replicas may be in infinite numbers. So, and each of them remembers to enter the teletransported on Earth. And what about personal identity? Which of that replica is us? It's very, very complicated. And Patrick's conclusion, because his aim is show us that notion of personal identity is very complicated, and our intuitions are very often mixed, and we don't know what to say. That maybe personal identity is not so important. And he's very similar to Hume, who says that we are just a bundle of perceptions. And Parfit has such, I don't know how to say, I would say that it, in his view, it's our psychological connectedness to ourselves that makes our personal identity. But that personal identity in Parfit's view has very weak sense. He claims that we changed all the time. So we cannot say that we are the same person over the time, over the period of our life. But he would say that I am very much the same person I was a week ago, because there are many connections of my today's action, of my today's memory with what was going on a week ago. And that time a week ago is connected with 1 month ago. So there is some link, but it's not so solid as some philosophers think. And some would say that the view that there is not such thing like a strong, solid self, it's terrifying. But for Parfit, it's liberating. That he says that my life seems like a glass tunnel through which I was moving faster every year, and at the end of which there was darkness. When I changed my view, the walls of my glass tunnel disappeared. I now live in the open air. There is still a difference between my life and the lives of other people, but the difference is less. Other people are closer. I am less concentrated about the rest of my own life and more concerned about the lives of others. So in Parfit's view, it's liberating, and it gives us openness to other people. We are not so selfish, not so concerned about ourselves. And there is also a very interesting proposition from 20th century about thinking of personal identity. And those philosophers think that there is no such thing like soul or consciousness that through our memory makes us the same person. But they say that we make sense of ourselves. We feel that we are the same person over the years because each of us tells himself kind of autobiographical tale. We make history of our life. We make kind of narrative of our life that we tell ourselves, but also we tell that story of our life to other people. We interpret our life, our history, and our purpose in some way. And that theory is called narrative identity theory, and it's very popular in philosophy, but also in psychology. It has his supporters. And in that theory, interesting things that that our stories about ourselves, our narratives about ourselves are never finished. They change all the time. And it can be a good thing because we can improve, we can retell a story, we can change. But something that is the problem, because it's all up to ourselves. It's something. It makes us kind of fictional figures that don't know really who they are. And that theory in philosophy was made popular by philosopher Alexander McIntyre in his book After Virtue in 1981. And he proposed there that we should think about life of individual within the categories of biographical tale. And later, some philosophers like Paul Ricoeur, Charles Taylor, and even from different fields, Daniel Dennett found that view interesting. They said that it's the best way to understand our sense of personal identity. In short ways, we are making self of ourselves by telling story. And we are telling stories to ourselves mainly, but also to other people. And the last thing, because now everybody is talking about chat GPT and artificial intelligence, and also about neuroscience that is discovering many things. And some claim that neuroscience will find answer to the some classical philosophical problems and also many problems in our lives. And some advocates of that view, like a Nobel Prize winner, famous from depicting structure of DNA, Francis Crick, he said in a famous quote, your joys, your sorrows, your memories, and your ambitions, your sense of personal identity and free will are in fact no more than behavior of vast assembly of nerve cells and their associated molecular. So in that view, everything is in our brain, and we can locate it, we can measure, and all the mystery is solved. And in fact, some modern neuroscience says that using modern neuroimaging techniques, we can locate many mental cognitive activities in our brain. And that includes some kind of memory, language skill, perception, decision-making, emotions, moral judgment, and aesthetic experience and motion control. But some philosophers and even neuroscience themselves said that it's not true. Of course, we can understand our psychology, we can understand our brain, we know more about many diseases, but it doesn't solve the mystery. And they say that even neuroscience evolves and be more precise, there will always be a gap because between philosophical understanding of some problems, humanistic understanding of some problems, and even our common sense, everyday beliefs about our inner life, our sense of ourselves, and so on. And from the last month, there was a famous story in philosophical and science world that on September 2023, more than 100 famous philosophers like Dennett that we mentioned in this lecture, and also very prominent thinkers and scientists, sent a letter that says that none of the theory of consciousness that is presented nowadays. And especially most popular integration information theory is not scientific. They said in that letter that it's all pseudoscience, that we have no scientific theory of consciousness. So our consciousness, we could say, is still mystery. Or some says we should put aside, we should resign from the concept of consciousness. But as you can see, it's not very easy. And the last thing from me, I hope that the brief presentation gave you some hints and some thoughts about problems of personal identity. And I also would like to say that it's not a very academic, abstract problem, because it connects with our everyday decision with our everyday life, because it even has some implication of injustice system and so on. Because when we think that we are not the same person over time, what about our obligation to other people? What about vows, promises, and so on? Our society and our relation with people are built on the assumption that we are the same person. So it's very pleasant, everything. And I hope that I give you some hints and some questions. Thank you very much.
I want to tell you a little bit about the UAX platform, which is a platform that's been designed and is being co-designed by all of the participants in the schools that I will tell you about. And it's a platform that's designed specifically to help mitigate the brain drain of students, art students needing or wanting to leave the country. It's also being co-designed to support the art schools so that they can stay strong. They are the most important places for cultural production right now in the face of the war. I come from Concordia University in Montreal in Canada, but David and I are teaching at the Estonian Academy of the Arts right now in Tallinn, and we're here at the kind invitation of Anna Eichler. The UAX platform uses the country code UA of Ukraine, and the X we wanted to keep open for exchange, for exile, or ideas of exploration or of excellence. It's an ever-evolving platform, much like an airport code. LAX is a kind of, airports are places where things come and they go. The UAX platform recognizes that Ukrainian art students need to make decisions about their lives and about their work, and that we want to support that mobility, but ultimately it is about trying to create a set of structures so that they feel always at home in Ukraine. There are now 10 schools in this platform from Ukraine. There will be 15 by next year. You'll see in the west, there are one is in the Carpathian region, another is in Lviv. In the south, we have representatives from Odessa and from Kherson. In the east, two schools in Kharkiv, and in Kyiv in the center, 4 schools. So it really is truly a national project, the largest platform ever for art schools in Ukraine. The platform is a testament to the strength and determination of Ukrainian students and their institutions. It's a profound acknowledgement that the arts play a pivotal role in times of struggle and survival. You heard that from Anastasiia. It stands as a model to inspire similar initiatives in other conflict zones. So this is also a design that we hope can be replicated elsewhere. There's strife happening all over the world. And the design of the platform truly believes that art schools have to be the anchors for preserving the citizen's sense of self, dignity, and cultural memory. The platform relies on a sister school network, so it also is designed so that we don't just say hello and write a check to Ukraine and then walk away. The idea is that sister schools will create bonds with one another that are much longer lasting, even in the platform's life itself. In this network, there's the Kharkiv State Academy of Design and Arts. There's also the Kharkiv National University of Music and Theater. In Kyiv is the Karpenko-Kari University of Cinema and Television and Theater, and the Lviv National Academy of the Arts, which we saw in the film, and who was our host when David and I were just in Ukraine for those 3 weeks. And Odessa National Academy of Music is the first of the music schools. There are now 3 others who are entering the platform. We just wanted to spotlight for a moment Kharkiv. Some of you may know that it's directly on the border of Russia. It was occupied for some time and then liberated by the Ukrainian military recently. But it is a city still under constant threat, and it's been devastated. It is the one that is over in the east, as you can see on the right side of the slide. This is just our first moment at the school. This was one of the vehicles out in the back near the studios that was heavily damaged by a missile strike. When we turned around, this is the back of the entire school. All of the windows were blown out, so the entire school is now uninhabitable. Most of it is boarded up. Nevertheless, our hosts brought us inside just to give you a sense of what it feels like to be in a building that is completely boarded up. You'll see buckets on the floor. This is because the skylight was exploded, and rain has been coming into this beautiful gallery that has the work of students from many, many decades past. Oh, and that's it. We don't thank you, Connie. That kind of good. That was the evacuation plan. You see these in every school that you enter into. The new UAX schools are 5 more. There are ones in Kyiv. We now have the National Academy of Visual Arts and Architecture. First time architecture has been involved. Transcarpathian Academy of Arts, that's in the Carpathian Mountains. Kherson, which is also a school in exile. Kherson is completely occupied by the Russians at the moment. The Kyiv Academy of Music, also in Kyiv, and then finally the Academy of Circus and Performing Arts. These are schools who've just come in over the past few days. The key thing also to know about helping students to stay in Ukraine is the Abakanovich fellowships go directly to students and offer the mentorship and financial support. The fellowship program supports these students to continue their degree studies and develop their artistic practices through mentorship and emergency bursaries. Some of you might know that about 10 million people have had to leave Ukraine. That's almost a quarter of the population, and many of those people are young people. So it's vital that there's some way for students to stay in school and to stay with their families, even if their schools are closed and they're living elsewhere. And we just wanted to highlight 3 stories for you, just to give you a sense of how things feel on the ground. The first is to introduce you to some of the Kharkiv students who are Abakanovich fellows. And here we are. They cannot come to their school. They haven't been to their school since the beginning of the pandemic. So many of these students have not even met their professors in person for almost 3 years. They came to the school, just these 4 or 5 students, and we all had specific instructions what to do if there were air raid sirens, because there is no bunker in the school. And that's the reason that hundreds and hundreds of students cannot come back. So these students had, as you heard from the film, been really, what I want to say, it's kind of internal refugees. They themselves moved from Kharkiv to Lviv in the western part of the country. And the entire school was, in a sense, taking sanctuary in another art school. But these students had been in Lviv for a year. And they said to us on this day that they needed to come back to Kharkiv because it was their home, and they didn't care if they got hurt or if they were killed. It was more important for them to be back in their home with their families and with their friends and making art, even if they couldn't be doing that in the school. It was a very emotional goodbye when we said goodbye to these students, because they represent just some of the thousands and thousands of students who have made these very difficult decisions. Another story is about the amazing rector at their school in Kharkiv, Aleksandr Sobolev. Undaunted, Alexander, even though he has a school that has no students in it, his decision was to turn the entire residence hall of their school, which is now empty of students, into a refugee resettlement center. So now this does have a bunker. So families from all over Ukraine who are forcibly displaced are coming through Kharkiv. They are being cared for by Alexander and many of his students, and they are being able to sleep in the residence halls and to be fed and to be taken care of before they decide where they're going to go next in the country. So what you see here is Alexander rebuilding part of the residence halls into an art therapy clinic for the families who are displaced. And the students in the academy will actually be working with these families. So this is their new classroom. This is their new education, is to work and to support families in need. This was a corridor that normally would be 2 or 3 times as wide. These are all boxes on the left-hand side of international aid that the school has helped to bring in to give directly to the families. To show us how much love and support and respect they show to all of the families, they prepared a meal for us. And this is the kind of meal that they cook together every day for hundreds and hundreds of people. The hospitality and the kindness was just staggering. And the food was delicious. I want to finish up with another story of the Kovalenko sisters. These are 2 young women whom David and I met in Tallinn, in Estonia, actually. They, like many of the Ukrainian students, decided that for them at that moment, a year and a half ago when the war was beginning, that they needed to leave the country for some time. So they came to the Estonian Academy of the Arts. We knew them from class and so forth. We knew that they had gone back to Kyiv. And when we were in Kyiv, we texted them and said, hey, let's meet up again. So Ksenia is on the right, Anna is on the left. They both are a perfect example of young Ukrainians who desperately wanted to go back home. They wanted to give back to their country. They wanted to help defend their country in whatever way they could. But they are undergoing something that many of the returning students are undergoing, and that is first feelings almost, I would say, almost of a kind of guilt that they had left. Then they come back and they want to offer their services, but they don't know how to do that. Anna especially is ready to work on community arts projects, but none of the NGOs even have enough money to support her. It would all be on a volunteer basis. And meanwhile, she has to feed herself and find a way to make a living. Her sister, Ksenia, on the right, could not get her Erasmus credits transferred back to her home university. And so now she's dropped out of her home university as well. So these 2 vibrant women are back in Ukraine, and they want to be part of that society, and yet they are having a kind of identity crisis themselves. These are just some of the many, many stories that we heard when we were there, the hard choices and decisions that young art students are having to make, the kind of mobility that they are exercising, but the staying power that they're trying to find is in flux. And then we met at least 10 of these schools, some of which are open, some of which are closed, but they have changed dramatically and are continuing to struggle throughout the war. So that's the UAX platform. We're as I say, co-designing a platform of support for students and for their universities, their art academies. But it's a project in the making, and we would love to talk to you more about it. Talk to you more about this design of this kind of support that may have valency in other parts of the world, and as a social design project intended particularly to stop the brain drain, as it were, out of the country. It's a very important and dynamic situation. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
So, hi everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today. And I'm going to talk about my BA diploma that I did in this university. And I brought the printouts, so I could pass it to you. Thank you. So my project, my design is called The Silent Protest. And today I'm gonna talk about how I shaped my identity and experience of war in typographical reflections. So first of all, I want to show you this silhouette I cut out. And some of you may see here a plane. And if I gonna add some background, you will have a clear image of what is going on here. But what will happen if I change the direction and change the movement of this object and place it into another context? And if you are from Ukraine, you probably recognize this drone that Ukraine is being attacked. This is a Shahed drone. This is Iranian drone, and I believe Russia started attacks with this like around a year ago, and they caused also blackouts in Ukraine. But what I tried to make in my design is I decided to refuse this, realistic image of war, and I completely tried to remove this background, remove this context, and change the image, change the mood of the work as you look through the pages by placing my objects one to another, by creating some movements out of the pieces. And I started to observe how they look together and how they change together while being compared to each other. And I started to place my objects in different situations, so the story changed. So this is my design, this is my cover, and the Silent Protest, I made it with cutout typography and with my handwriting. And as you may see, I cut out the letters, but I placed something that just remained from these letters. So I placed this, cutouts that are not the letter itself that was intended to be placed in this cover. And this is my voice that is being lost in this flow of information. And in my work, I decide to totally create a totally delicate message and to make this protest, to make it active through something else. And I placed in my cover these childish drawings. But as you turn the pages, there is no any childish memories at all. And this is because the war for me happened in 2014, and a lot of us were kids. So when you turn the pages, you don't have this childhood anymore, because our feeling of safety and of our childhood is being lost to some extent, you know. And one of my messages of design is when all the words of the world have been spoken, it is worth writing them down at least once. And I make my handwriting as a statement, and I create in this moment. So I just document what I think about it, and I'm not, you know, going to an action, and I'm not doing this kind of aggressive messages. And I invite you just to observe my work. And I started to place typography and to place different objects together. And yeah, so I am speaking to the people who already wants to understand me. So as they pay attention to the pages, pay attention to what is going on in design, then some interesting details shows up. And yeah, I tried to portray my love, grief, you know, all of these different kind of emotions that I experienced. I spent in total around 9 months in Ukraine, and I also met blackouts, New Year, you know, a lot of things happened. But I also don't really highlight me in this work, because there are so many Ukrainians that have very different experience from mine. So I don't make this project like, I don't show it as my one, but this is something that others can understand, and this is something that, you know, others can recognize themselves in at some points. And I'm talking through a very saturated palette in my design. And this is very different from the real picture of the work. And that's what makes my protest kind of screaming, while I am not trying to scream. And my journey became when I saw this message on the door in Mariupol. And this is a photo from the times where you know, people spent most of the time in these shelters, and they had to reach life in order to, you know, get out, to get some food. So they probably didn't have proper connection, you know, they couldn't contact their other people via phones. So they looked for other people writing something down on a surface, like on a physical surface. And one person is looking for, I don't know, maybe close ones, and they're asking, where is she? And the other person replies that she is dead. And this is, I made this, out of this my diploma thesis. And I started to think about what is the role of handwriting in our times, and what can be achieved with it. Because the previous example was a really bright indicator of human life, and you know, it really didn't leave my mind. So I'm gonna show you how I shaped my identity in this project. And first of all, I'm from Kyiv, so I try to, keep this aesthetic of the massiveness of the city, of its industriality, and combine it with all of the range of emotions. And also, as I said, I made handwriting as my statement. So by my handwriting, I don't just handwrite. I don't just make like handwriting. I also combine it with digital tools, and I started to play with my characters and to show through them how I adapted to a new reality. So this thread is a very good example of how, of the, my adaptation to this state. So here I'm discussing the most scariest weapons that Russia uses against us. And some of those rockets are already crossed out. And this is not because they don't attack us anymore, but this is because we are getting used to those kind of weapons. And there are shaheads, and I crossed it out because our air defense forces are, it took some time to learn how to shoot them down, but they succeed. So it became our routine. Kinjals, Russia claimed that they are undefeatable, but also it was shot down one day, and it became less scary for me. So I started to less worry about this type of rocket. And the one that is not crossed out yet is the one that is, it is very unexpected one, because we cannot track it in the sky. So this is still something that makes me scared. And yeah, this is the way how we adapt, and this is the way I show how it became our routine. Yeah, so I've been to Ukraine in May, and in May there was like 16 airstrike on our city, and I collected some irrational statistics about it. So I drew there some dots, and they represent the 16 attacks on Kyiv. And I wrote there that like 8 times I went to sleep during them. 6 times I was scared, and 2 times I was so scared that I went to the corridor to, to spend there some time. And, these statistics, they are very subjective and they don't have any sense, but this kind of illustrates how I felt during these moments. And they're so irrational that I'm flipping the letters, and it becomes like an absurdity joke. This is my New Year. And, we didn't have snow during New Year, but there were rockets that were falling down right after the New Year started. So I also decided to write about it. And those are the rains, the snow that we got. And also, how I kept my identity, one of the way of keeping it, is that I decided to leave some Cyrillic script in this Zine. And this thread says missile launches. And, we are all familiar, like Ukrainians are familiar with those kind of graphics. And those are the reports that air defense forces give to us. So these are like, we get these rows of icons that indicate some weapons, the rockets, and they tell that, 25 of 30 has been shut down. So this spread says exactly the same thing, but I turned this language of war, I turned this language of the statistics into a total mess, and I am trying to make it, very irregular. And we have an application called Kyiv Digital that informs us when the air raid siren starts. So we got a notification when there is potential danger out of the sky is coming. So this process everyone to the shelter. And again, I'm trying to just, make a total mess from those letters. And there is a tiny translation in my spread. And this is so tiny that you have to distract from the spread itself. So you do something like this in order to see it. And I'm trying to trick the viewer, and I'm trying to tell the foreign viewer also that you are not able to understand this language of wars, the language of cyrillics fully. So you still have to distract from the image, and you don't grasp the image on a full scale. And one of my classmates during the workshop says that your identity is also your memories, and when your memories are gone, then your identity is erased. And I kind of collect my memories because all my illustrations seem like memories, because I collect these pieces and I try to make out of them this illustration, the composition. And in my illustrations, there are 4 of them. I also seek for my own interpretation of artworks, and this is also my act of disagreement and act of protest. So the first one is dedicated to mass shelling of Kyiv, and I illustrate the shells, like the rockets, as a massive hands, so as a massive power that takes away the electricity. And I used the view of my window because it's pretty industrial, and I just turned it into something different. And also there are other hands that are repairing, and other hands are helping out. And by this animation, I was trying to show that everything is close to a loop. So we are always in the state of destruction, recreation, destruction, recreation, and it never stops, And I draw there like small humans on the spread, and because sometimes all you can do is just to wait for electricity to be back. And so hands again, and I use here Moon's painting, and Moon was also telling about the war. He also it was also his comment on the wars and what is going on in the world. And I also tried to paste this image so to show that everything repeats and we have the war again. And this is the new year, and there is hidden picture of a kiss by Moon. And Moon, I saw his pictures in Paris last year, and he was, painting this destructive love and destructive relationship. But in my case, in my spread, not the love is destructive, but everything around it is destructive and dangerous. Also, the third illustration is dedicated to blackouts. There is another hidden painting. And what I like about this illustration is that each person gets it kind of differently. So some of people understand this as death, and some people read it as hand that just rescues light, rescues the electricity. And the tragedy. When I was creating this sign, the explosion on the Kakhovka Dam happened. And it meant that a huge amount of water was coming out, and it was, we didn't have, lots of control over it. And the first spread about it says, I will spend some time thinking about the worst. And then I say, but what is the worst though? And I try to show that you don't know and you can't imagine what could be the worst case scenario. And you always live in this expectation of something that will, happen. And a lot of people were rescuing the pets, a lot of animals, a lot of people were joining, and a lot of people were hiding on the roofs of the houses. So I tried to, put it also into my illustration, and I did it really quick because the deadline of the diploma was close. But I thought that this would be very important kind of thing to do and to include into my sign. And the cover I made out of this photo. And this is the photo from the apartment of my boyfriend. And I was so amazed that when they were kids, parents allow them to draw on the walls and do whatever they want. And, there was this strange lamp there, and there were like this thing over here. So, of course, I needed to do some editing, but, this was the cover. And for me, this childish images were really important for me because now we are grown adults and we have ongoing war. And as I already said, I felt that I want to put it into my cover. So the cover meets you with this feeling of the childhood, and now when you unfold the book, it is done. And I did some illustration. I did some animations to these illustrations, and these are the photos from my defense. And those posters are interactive, so you can scan it and see the animation on through your phone. And I also did some videos. So do we have some time to play a short one? Okay, it's short. And this is basically the design, so how you see the spreads in proper, in a proper way. And these are my supervisors. So my theoretical supervisor was Josh Ford. My IT supervisor is Marcin Wiepowski. And Monika Marek-Hulska helps me to create this design. Yes, so thank you, and that's it.
Hello, my name is Anastasiia Babii, and I would also like to present my bachelor's diploma, which is an animated short film titled Contrast from Sparing. It also deals with the issue of Ukrainian cultural identity. And I would like to thank my supervisors who helped me work on this project. And so first, I want to give some theoretical background for this work. So this that you see on the screen is the title of my thesis paper. And basically, I wanted to look into some select animated films and see the methods and strategies which they used to represent their cultural identity or their history in these animations, in their plot, in the characters, and so on. And these are the films that I analyzed in my paper. So I picked American and Japanese animation because it's a very big animation market. It's quite well known and famous. And my idea was to learn from these films and from these productions and apply their methods and strategies to represent some cultures that are not so well known in this medium, not so represented, basically, to make this task simpler for people who want to show their culture. And these are the strategies that I found through my research. So the historical reference is just the usage of history somehow in the animation. Characterization means applying some ideal cultural traits to positive characters or protagonists. And contrast is basically using two characters where one has these ideal traits and another one doesn't. So to give an example, in the case of American identity, that would be putting a character that's very conservative and conventional with a character that values some personal freedom and freedom of expression. So this basically paints this ideal of freedom, American ideal of freedom, in a positive light and kind of promotes it. Then there was religion and folklore, which is using some narratives of religious or folk origins, also in the plot or the characters. And lastly, the soundtrack means using some melodic motifs or just promoting some cultural ideas through the lyrics of the score of the film. And since my film was quite short, I picked just one strategy, and this strategy was historical reference. I picked it because it's used in every film that I analyzed, so it's quite effective and popular. And also, I thought that it would be recognizable to global audiences, since they can tell which countries have which history. So that was the strategy that I picked for my film. And the foundation of my film was the current events of Ukrainian history, so the war that is happening right now, and also a poem titled Contrast from Sparrow, written by a Ukrainian poet, Alesia Kuzmenkova. So this is a quite famous poet, and this work is in Ukraine probably her most famous work. And I picked this poem because the idea of it is to promote hopefulness and some kind of resolution in the face of hardships. So I thought it fits well with Ukrainian national character and also is relevant to the war happening right now. And I implemented this poem into my short film through the plot. So I just used the text of the poem to kind of inspire each scene in the animation. Here you can see the storyboard that I made. And also, I wanted to somehow show this idea of hopefulness. So I made this character that was kind of light-like to show this optimist message. And also, I used additional symbols and scenes to kind of show the lines of the poem that are not so figurative, because most of the poem uses landscape and nature as like metaphors, but some stanzas don't do that. So I had to add some more objects and elements to show the idea that the poet had when he was writing these lines. Also, I had a challenge to implement this poem so that it would be understandable to non-Ukrainian audiences. And my first instinct was to use the English translation of the poem, but it proved to be quite ineffective because then the poem lost its like recognizability factor because it's not so well known outside of Ukraine, but if it's in English, it's not very recognizable. And at the end, I used the Ukrainian voiceover and the English subtitles. And in this way, it kind of added another strategy of language usage that I didn't really note in my research. I just found through the work on this project, because by using Ukrainian language, it tells the global audiences that this is the Ukrainian poem, and the Ukrainian audiences already know this poem is quite famous, so I used it in that way. And also, since the plot of this animation was dedicated to representing the poem, I had to use another method to show the history. So here you can see the variations of style frames I made for the animation, and I stopped on this one that is the big one. And I created several collages using news headlines about the war, and I just composed them into these landscapes and scenes that were mentioned in the poem, using these like simple shapes. And now I would like to show the film.
Гетьте, дума, ви хмари осінні, тож тепер весна золота, чи то так у жалю, в голосінні проминуть молоді літа. Ні, я хочу крізь сльози сміятись, серед лиха співати пісні, без надії таки сподіватись, жити хочу, геть думи сумні. бою в сумнім перелозі буду сіять барвисті квітки, буду сіять квітки на морозі, буду лить на них сльози гіркі, і від сліз тих гарячих розтане та кора льодовая міцна. Може, квіти зійдуть, і настане ще й для мене весела весна. Я на гору круту крем'яною буду камінь важкий підіймать, і несучи вагуту страшною, буду пісню веселу співать. Вдову темну нічку невидну не столю ні на хвильку очей, все шукатиму зірку провідну, ясну владарку темних ночей. Так, я буду крізь сльози сміятись, серед лиха співати пісні, без надії таки сподіваюсь, буду жити, геть думу сумні.
Good morning, everybody. I am very happy that I am here with you. And I am very happy that you woke up today and participate in this meeting. Because some people at this time, they are in hospital, in oncology, maybe undergoing surgery. So we are happy that we can walk and we can hear and listen some new things. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's very nice that you see how students' health is very important for you. Today I want to show you the role of health during very hard times. Here you have code. You can scan this code and you can ask me if you have some, if you will have some questions. You can scan this code, and at the end will be a code for presentation. You can download the presentation, so you can listen now. Do you want code more?
We can return on the end.
Okay. Imagine the situation. One day, you will feel bad and you decide to go to the doctor. Doctor, after examining you, doctor told maybe you have multiple sclerosis. What is it? It's a chronic disease of the nervous system. Can lead to disability. We don't have treatment for this disease. And this disease is very characteristic for young people. Maybe older than you, but about 20, 30 years old. And when you hear this diagnosis, your life, your work is stopped because everything changed. Nothing is important at this moment. Only important is your health and what will be later. This case shows us how health crisis can start. And now it's time to understand some things before it's late. Every week I see a lot of patients who are ill, and I want to share with you my experience, knowledge. Maybe this information can change your life for better, your health for better. Today I will teach you about how diseases start and how health can change our life. So let's talk about crisis. What is a crisis and what kind of symptoms can we have? Everyone everyone has different symptoms because we are different. We have different knowledge and different experience. From medical point of view, identity crisis makes us some psychological symptoms like we can feel lost, worried, sad, angry, and helpless. But after a few months or few years, we can have physical symptoms. What kind of symptoms? We can have depression, we can have problems with concentration, we can have diarrhea or pain. So we can have different symptomatical problems. We can have always problem with skin. Why? Because skin is a mirror of our health. And so if you have any problems, problem with skin, chronic problem, you always need to think about your health because this is the mirror. Of course, if you are young, when you are young, you can have acne, but if acne is very dangerous and you can't treat this acne, probably something is inside. Before I continue, I have a question to you. We know our body is made of cells, but which kind of cells are the most sensitive and they react very quickly to danger? What do you think? Okay, I answer. Neurons. They create a nervous system. We have a lot of neurons in our brain, but the nervous system is in our body everywhere. So they react very fast. For light, we can touch, we can feel, we can taste. So nervous system is very important and very sensitive. Without oxygen, these neurons can alive for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and die. And cells of immune system, there are a lot of difference, but they create one system, our immunity. They are very sensitive too. And these cells, they talk each other. They are as like friends, but sometimes they fighting. And when immune cells are irritated, they can irritate nervous neurons, and we have symptoms. So they want to do very well for us, but sometimes they need doctor. They need doctor because doctor suppress them, because sometimes they are very active, so we don't like it. Next question. What do you think? Where do we have the most immune cells in our body? In blood, of course, yes, but
Skin. Yeah.
at the borders. This is the border. This is the borders. Borders of with environment. So our skin is a border. Our eyes, border, ears, nose, mouth, larynx, lungs, and urinary system. But the significant number of these cells are here in our gut. About 80%. So this is why? Because gut is the main door for toxins, because we eat and drink every day. So we give our body a lot of toxins. Is that a lot of food and so of course. And now, you know that these cells cooperate each other. We have axis, brain, immune, and gut. And this is very important axis because this is brain, immune, and gut. And this is the gut bacteria, microbiome, very important. And this axis is very important because when you have problem with your gut, very often you have problem with your psychology problems. You can't sleep, you're irritated. So, but if you have psychology problem for longer time, you will have always problem with your immune system and with your gut. So they cooperate. It's very important. So what are the factors which triggers and damage our cells? Chronic stress, the worst. We don't like it. Poor nutrition. When people have obesity, they have poor nutrition too, because they eat not good quality food. And when we do the blood test, we see that the level of vitamins and minerals is not enough. Reduced blood flow to cells. Why? Because cells need oxygen and nutrition. And so by blood, they have this. Toxins, we have a lot of toxins around us, especially with food. And what kind of toxins? Smoking, nicotine, alcohol, drugs, heavy metals, and sugar. Why sugar? Because sugar can destroy our cells receptors. This is very important because cells die because of this. And when we have a high level of sugar in blood, we can have insulin resistance. And this is first step to a lot of chronic diseases. Pathogens. We know about COVID, but we have a lot of bacteria, viruses, other viruses, parasites or fungi. Fungi is really dangerous, but nobody knows about fungi inside our body. So we have two very bad viruses, cytomegalovirus and Epstein-Barr virus, and these viruses can give us cancers. Physical injuries. When our tissue are destroyed, our immune system doesn't know about these cells, and they create autoimmunity diseases. And genetic predisposition. This is small factor, but everybody likes this genetic predisposition, but it's only few percent. So we can't change our genes, but we can change this. So when these bad factors destroy our cells, we have a lot of symptoms. When our neurons are destroyed, in the beginning, the function of the neurons don't work. So we have problem with sleeping problems. We can be angry, we can be tired, we can have depression. So a lot of people take pills, but maybe they have some problem with these factors. And after 30, 40 years, we have neurodegeneration, like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease. So when we have some functional problems, it's good to go to neurologist and talk about it. And when our immune cells are destroyed, we have a lot of times of flu, more often. We have skin, hair, nails problem. So this is immune system. When immune system is irritated a lot of years, we have chronic inflammation. And because of this, we can have autoimmune diseases like Hashimoto rheumatoid arthritis. Allergies, different allergies, and at the end, cancer. So, but these symptoms, there are symptoms from immune system. It's not important the name of the symptoms. It's important what doesn't work in our body. When we are sick, our body is very wise because our brain wants to stay at home. So if you feel, when you feel bad, it's good to stay at home. Why? Because brain gives other cells time to regeneration. So it's good to stay at home 2, 3, or 1 week and regenerate. And imagine when you are sick, you have chronic disease, and at the same time you have additional problem. For example, problem with relationships, problem in your family, you change your country or flat. You have many crises at the same time. So you need help from other people because this is very dangerous. That's why staying healthy is very good. Calm is very important. Why? Because when we have problem, we can pass these problems very easy. Because our brain, our neurons works very well. Our cells can help us, but before we need help ourselves. So these cells will produce energy and regeneration will be better. Imagine that your health is as fuel of life. You can do everything if you have fuel, but fuel is nutrition and other things. So what we can do to improve our life, our health, is a solution. I want to share with you my simple recipe for this. Maybe this information transforms your life better. So, protect your brain. Meet with very nice people. Meditation. Exercise your vagus nerve. You can read books. Don't use a lot of phones and internet because in your school, I am sure you use a lot of computers, and this is not good. Imagine you have natural environment, and it's good to go out and deal with nature. Toxins. So I told nicotine, alcohol, sugar, drugs, they destroy. Remember that good quality food is the most important thing in our life because we need proteins, minerals, vitamins, fats, carbohydrates, but carbohydrates from vegetables, not from sweets. Promote circulation, because circulation, this is life. Circulation gives our cells oxygen and nutrition. People who stay at home, they will be, I'm sure, they will have a lot of diseases. Not afraid to ask for help, because sometimes we have a lot of problems, and it's good to go to our friends and talk about this, or it's good to find a good specialist, for example, doctors, dietitians, or psychologists. And remember that it's important to do a laboratory test, because in laboratory tests, in blood tests, we can see few years before some problems, and you don't feel it now. So this is for you. I prepared what is the very healthy food. If you will eat this kind of food, you would never have diseases, I'm sure. But it's very easy, of course. Especially my favorite is chicory. Chicory is very good food for our gut bacteria. Pickles. So this is very easy. This is very. And water. Remember about water. Water is important. Without water, we can't arrive. And this is my last new case. I love it. I love it. I discovered this a few months ago. Black cumin oil. When you go to PubMed, and you see a lot of researches about black cumin oil. It works for all organs in our body. It's amazing. 10 milliliters, one a day. You can use a little with honey. You see, you need to go to PubMed because we have 3,700 articles about this. Who knows about it? No one. So this is for you for today. Now you know that prevention is very important. And what you do today will have impact in 5-10 years. So this is your decision. Good decision gives improvement. A bad decision we will pay a lot of later. So remember that we are our own best doctors. So we can help ourselves. When you will be calm and you will eat really good quality food, you will be happy and your health will be better and you will not have a lot of problems, psychological problems. So thank you for your attention.
I'd like to introduce to you Sonia Górecka. She's actually from Design Academy Eindhoven. We worked there together around this topic. And myself is Paweł Pokutycki. I'm based at I'm from Royal Academy of Art, but also teach at the Design Academy Eindhoven. So we are in the Netherlands for quite a long time by now. And it's a little bit related to what we've been talking about because Sonia, we're looking back at our Slavic roots somehow. Well, we're both Polish, but we are migrants. And I guess this is also what connected us in this presentation, the workshop that we are doing throughout the week. Between digital West and East, spaces for Slavic identities. Where do I point this at? Here. Shall I just use the keyboard? Yes. So connecting to the topic of identity crisis, this is too high for me, I'm too tall. Connecting to the topic of identity crisis, we claim, I could say that we are in permanent identity crisis when it comes to digital spaces and digital environments, online realities. Because this reality, digital reality, was never Slavic, for at least how we see it. So we are digital natives as much as Slavic people, and there is an identity problem from the very early days of digital revolution. And the crisis is really there. This is, of course, crisis of overload of information and data, but it's also an identity crisis. I try to defend this statement throughout my part of the presentation. So, back in the days, we had no graphic user interfaces. We were just dealing with command line and code, right, to operate a computer. And then we had this amazing step, of course, for the history of computation, which was coming with this gentleman, Steve Jobs, introducing graphic, on a larger scale, graphic user interfaces. And it was a very important step, obviously, to make computer user-friendly, ergonomic, where design could also, play a role in, let's say, organizing the interactions between a human and the computer. There's this wonderful logo that I love so much, where you have the smiling computer and the sliming human being in interaction with each other in a pleasant conversation. And of course, this is the positivity, this is the American positivity, right, towards the future of digital revolution. And we all know today that it's not always like that. We also hate our machines. They get, hacked. There are viruses. There are issues with that. So maybe this is not this positive picture is also not really what it is today. This is a little bit where we are heading to with that. Is this always like that? Maybe not. What strikes me when it comes to the analysis, kind of cultural analysis of that, is that the certain decisions on how the operating system should look like was determined by let's say, principles of efficiency, labor, office work. This was supposed to be a home computer, but in fact, if you look at it, it's actually work computer. It's your office computer. You have your folders, your files, your papers. It's about organization, archiving, efficiency, productivity. This was a design decision very profound on what we've been doing with the computers since then. So basically, I have quite a lot of stock images. My apologies for that. I know it will hurt your eyes. People sensitive in the arts, but this is done on purpose because stock images are these generic images that illustrate the different activities, human activities. So this is, for me, a parallel, right? We have a mapping of this analog physical situation onto the digital design. Okay. So think different, really? Same goes to Microsoft. I'm talking about this again, since early days. The prominent or the major tools that we got was Microsoft Office. Again, it was about replacing the typewriter or the spreadsheet, and then having a little cute paper clip popping up from time to time, advising you how you can do these, how you can use these new tools, right? So it's all staying within the working.
And what's this?
This is 1984.
Yay.
When it comes to Mac OS, yeah, by the way, that year, this is when the first Mac OS was introduced with Mac Classic. About Microsoft, it's later. Yeah, so by the way, I also want to make a reference how maybe these things also affect our condition and of course, identity, which we will speak about in a moment. But what about, if it's a home computer, what about this? We cook, we eat together, we have like leisure time, we have times with our family. Where is that represented in the design of the computer? Until this day. Okay, we order food sometimes, some apps for that. That's about it. You see what I mean? We were growing up as digital natives or digital immigrants in a space that was supposed to relate to different activities of our life, but in design, in aesthetics, in functionality, certain things were forgotten. This was forgotten. This was forgotten too, and that was forgotten too. Again, I'm using stock images because these are general things people do, let's say, around the world. Gardening, nature was mentioned in the previous lecture. So important today. Climate change, our relationship to the natural environment. Where is that represented in our interfaces? Okay, there is a weather app. Okay, that's about it. The rest is a shopping mall. This is a shopping mall. It's about consumer culture. You go to different spaces of corporate branded environments, and we lack certain other type of activities. Of course, it's slowly changing. Also, AI and other things bringing up new perspectives to this. I myself recently use these apps for flowers, plants, because AI can recognize the plant and then you can know how to deal with your plants. It's kind of an interesting new turn how technology actually gets us back to the nature, but for so many decades by now, this wasn't a thing. These types of activities obviously too. So I would, of course, to be honest, the things like that, of course, migrated to online spaces, to digital spaces, playing games is Yeah, so you see, of course, new types of interactions that occur. Yeah, so there's a kind of step there. One cannot say that this didn't happen. Social networking, yeah, all of these things. Dating, why not? Okay, so we've been mapping all these human activities onto the digital spaces more and more, including creative work. Photoshop, even specifically, it's always interesting how Photoshop is actually replicating, the brush, the eraser, the pencil, the paint bucket, the magnifying, but how it's also copying sort of the analog practices towards now things like this, where we know it's a different type of creativity than the conventional one. So we have a certain, evolution, and certain activities, human activities, were mapped onto digital environments and certain not, and also in very different ways. We are now with this digital West, and between the digital West, at least, we are searching for things like this. Okay, so what about this? What about dance? What about folklore? What about cultural reference? What about cultural heritage? Is that present in digital spaces? And we claim it is not. We struggle mentioning if there's anything Slavic in design, in the aesthetics and functionality as well of digital environments. If you have an idea, maybe you know something, let us know. We don't see that, and this is a big loss. We lost history. We lost identity. Our digital existence is disrupted, right? Our history is disrupted by digital revolution in that sense, and we need to do something about it. We are quite. We are talking about it in terms of speculative design. Obviously, it's very difficult to change the industry, to change the world, to introduce certain form of, referencing to history and cultural heritage. But at least within the field of art, speculative design, we do see a space where this can be introduced. And we are, of course, reflecting on what makes us Slavic. Slavic is a very difficult concept as well. It's quite a large region. Sonia will speak about it in a moment. So it's also searching, how do we do this? How do we talk about it? Of course, also in the context of current conflicts, tensions within and current and previous tensions within the Slavic, let's say, part of the world. For instance, another remark, I'm myself born atheist, but I was always told, or it's always something people know or say, that the Slavic people are religious and there's a certain degree of spirituality in Slavic nations. So also, where is that represented digitally? How do we see this somehow, activities around religious or spiritual practice? Is that represented? I say it is not. And the question is why? We were never, as Slavs, involved in the digital revolution. It came to us, in a way, we got colonized by the digital that came mostly from the West, Western values, Western ideas, and that is expressed in both aesthetics, but also in the functionality. The things we do on our devices are certain things that maybe, we can relate to, but they don't address certain other practices, ideas, mentality that we have, or that we think we have. It's just not represented digitally. So, we are doing a workshop this week called Slavic Glitch, and we intend to glitch the status quo, glitch the existing online digital spaces in two ways. One is disruptive. Yeah, let's hack the system, break the system, introduce some form of, give it a Slavic flavor in both aesthetics and functionality. So think of what you can do if you are. How do you think? How do you interact as a Slav, Polish, Belarusian, Ukrainian, and so forth? But then also there's another approach, more constructive. So can we build an alternative? So not interrupt with what it is, but create another safe space for explorations for the Slavic digital design or Slavic digital online realities. And I think you're familiar with the term glitch, right? Is this, you have some line of code or numbers that interferes with the sort of existing image or existing reality. So we are very much exploring this concept, and Sonia right now will also show you some of her own work that we've been discussing in the last year together with each other, or years actually. So I'm giving the microphone over to her. And this is your clicker.
Hi everyone. So I would like to talk a bit from my own perspective and comment of what Paweł said. As a person who entered the design academy with a promise that I will never do a project about Poland, and I end up doing a project about what is Slavic at the end, and trying to understand what is Slavic as I migrate and felt a bit different than when I was in Poland on my origin place. So basically, what is Slavic? I have no answer for this question, especially in the moment of contemporary. So what is Slavic nowadays, when there is exactly a lot of migration, there is destabilization of geopolitical situation of different lands, Slavic lands, and also when we also live more in urban spaces, not having constant or like direct connection to village or tradition and folklore itself. So how to connect to it in some modern way, how to understand it. I also can tell you that I see through my research different movements of art as well and design also on our territories, also during Warsaw Gallery Weekend lately as well, so that there is a lot of emerging ideas of reviving the Slavic also in arts and design, mostly probably also started by young people making another like a singing course or braiding, trying to bake bread and all this stuff coming now, I guess also more because of the loyalty or trying to understand what are our relation between countries. And Slavs are a huge territory. We are mostly connected through language, that is Slavic. However, we have a lot of differences and yet a lot of similarities, which is very interesting to see when you're abroad and then you actually realize how a lot of things you have in common. So yeah, this is an open question. This is an open topic. However, for me personally, I wanted to also research it in a sense of digital, as we talked and Paweł just explained. And my visual research started of identity and aesthetics through looking through different books with folklore painting, rugs, textile, ceramics from different countries and trying to get it together, making some kind of library of shapes, motifs, patterns that I try to, because as I work from analog to digital, from digital to analog, and trying to make translation through these two mediums, that I started from 2D and trying to make also different variations of my own library in the 3D world, mostly using drawings in VR, but also different modeling softwares. Here I also wanted to show you how different we can think about folklore itself in general and what it is, how we can approach it. Is it like fake lore? We trying to appropriate something in a wrong way and misleading, and it will be a big misinformation? Or is it like a reinvention of traditions? So we're trying to dig and but also bring some creative process to what we want to show, right? So that's also my case. What I'm trying to do is to reinterpret, translate, and re-envision it into digital spaces. Or folklorism, which is like trying to once again show the folklore, that it's authentic and real, original, in a good way as a education purposes. And here I would like to a bit drive apart from what I just said, but also tell you some evolution of my projects regarding to what Paweł was showing, because I started with experimenting around also interfaces, interfaces and idea of the desktop as well, and offices in general. Then I will come back to my last project that connects to Slavic. So this is a project I made. It's an experimental video installation called OS Operative Speculation, where I explode and suspend the shiny layer of the desktop of MacBook. So basically, how it works, it was the installation where we 3D model all the elements of the desktop and try to show the different life behind the desktop. So when someone, I will show the video in a second, when someone was doing something on the computer, then you have a projector in the background which is showing the different kind of life of different icons, different what could happen behind what we don't see. It's very abstract and experimental video speculation, let's say, but maybe I will show the first thing. So yeah, this was a kind of tryout or trying to explore what could happen if we explode this interface, this shiny layer that we have to deal with everyday life. Because maybe we don't want this desktop anymore. Maybe we want something else and we have to change it. So that was the one. The other one. No. So yeah, that was the other one project that is related to the first one, but in a very different way. It's talking about working culture, but also offices as a physical this time, not as a desktop. And what would happen if we don't have offices anymore and everything gonna transport into the reality, like VR, virtual reality. So that was also a question, what would happen, because the offices are not changing so much, we have the same object, the same things, what would happen, how it would merge into the virtual reality, how it would happen in reverse, let's say. And that was also quite, experimental video where we actually 3D scan and photogrammetry different offices, spaces from different countries, and try to place them in virtual reality and check how they can mutate, if they and what would happen if they will not have a function as they have normally. So Yeah, that's what I can say, but just a bit because it's long. No. It also came out a bit as a music video at the end, but yes, it was also trying to catch some aesthetics between offices that are real and digital. What you see are 3D scans of different offices in Romania, France, and Holland. It was a bit of speculation how useless it can be and what could happen. Show you just a bit because it's quite long, and it's just the idea that the offices also can be in some abstract space, maybe lifetime, maybe we don't know exactly. Okay. So that was also an installation that was not only a video, but also part of it. It was relics of offices. So let's say it was a ruins, a funeral, and ruins of offices.
I think we really don't like the desktop. No. Sorry. Sorry for the people who have an office and enjoy their office. We don't take it personal.
Yes. So that was these two kind of reversely projects that are kind of connected in a way. But then coming back to my last project that was regarding this, but as well. Slavic identity, as we talked at the beginning. So basically, I made a 3D interactive digital landscape lately that shows my own personal interpretation of what can be post-Slavic, can be a space where we can meet and play around. It's a playable interactive space where you can play with an Xbox controller. Basically, I cannot show you fully the game, but I will show you a trailer of it. However, the idea of the project is to wander around a digital space that has some characteristic of Slavic. However, you lost there, you wander without sense, and you cannot find yourself, let's say. As we don't know what is Slavic and how to get, that is completely defragmented, and we wandering around forest anyway, it's most of the cases, so we know how it works. But also, what I wanted to emphasize here is that there are some sentences of a poem that AI wrote that you can go around and hear in different spaces. It's a completely banal poem that I will show you later, and doesn't talk much about what is Slavic either.
But the prompt was that it's a Slavic poem, right?
Yes, about Slavic. So we wanted to see what AI knows and thinks of Slavic. And on top of that, in the space, you can also hear the music that you also hear during the trailer, which is actually a modern Slavic core. It's people of my age trying to revive all the tradition. They sing in old Ukrainian and old Polish. The topic of the songs are leaving the mother. So in that sense, leaving the origins in a sense of my interactive space. And yes, and the cores are also remade by a producer from Amsterdam, so they are also a kind of new version of the sound. So yeah, so this you can see how there is a pillow. I don't have it with me. That is also for Xbox, and you can walk around. So that's the trailer of different scenes from the game, let's say. Okay.
The poem. The poem.
And the poem we can also. That's the poem. I don't think I feel like reading it out loud too much, but
it's not that bad, no?
Not that bad, but very typical for sure. Well, that's it. Thank you.